Welcome. I created this video specifically for relaxing or falling asleep. Before we begin, just as a reminder, I only put 3 mid-roll ads in this video. One after story number 1, one after story number 2, and one more after story number 3. The rest of the video will be ad-free, so you can relax or sleep without frequent interruptions. Please subscribe if you enjoy the video. Now, let's begin. During my early 20s, I worked as a meter reader in Iowa City, Iowa. A meter reader is the person who records how much electricity, gas, or water you've used each month. If your meters are on the inside and you want an accurate bill, a meter reader must enter your home, whether you're there to let them in or not. Entering a home when the owner isn't present is something that I never got used to. No matter how loudly I knocked, I never shook the uneasy feeling that I wasn't welcome. The inside of a home is the ultimate private space. A home's exterior is just the image of ourselves that we project to the rest of the world. But the further you venture inside, the closer you come to truly seeing what kind of person lives there. And if you want the raw, unfiltered truth, head for the basement. I hate basements. I've seen walls that looked like giant, static-filled TV screens until I realized it was roaches scurrying across a white background, cobwebs so thick and dusty that it looked like a cotton candy machine exploded at the Spider County Fair. I have seen rats, snakes, feces, weapons, neglected children, homeless squatters, massive hordes, and even a coffin. There are rational explanations for all of these things. Well, maybe not the coffin, but there was one basement where what I found was beyond the grasp of logic, and that's what made it so terrifying. It was an old apartment house. From the outside, it looked like every other house on the block. I entered the back door and found myself at the top of a staircase. I ran my hand along the wall until it grazed a light switch. I flipped the switch, but no lights turned on. I wasn't carrying a flashlight. A typical route involved 5 or 6 hours of walking, so I carried as little as possible. Oftentimes, I used the light from my handheld, but it only illuminated whatever was about a foot in front of it. So armed with the world's worst lantern, I made my way down into the darkness. Once at the bottom, I blindly shuffled across the room, one baby step at a time, with arms outstretched and head down. I eventually reached the far side of the basement. I shined the dim light from my handheld along the wall and discovered 2 doors. Each door led into its own small room. I chose the door on the right and found the meters in the far corner. As I entered the reeds, I began hearing noises coming from the other room. Something was moving, and there was whimpering that grew louder the longer I listened. I eventually realized it was a dog. It sounded weak and distressed. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. At this point, the dog was scratching the other side of the door. I felt helpless. I reported it when I got back to the office, but I couldn't shake the thought of that dog. It stuck with me over the next month until it was time to return. So there I was, 1 month later, back within that basement. At least this time I knew where the meters were located. I shuffled back to the little room on the right, while keeping my ears open for any sounds coming from the other room. This time I heard nothing. I read the meters and started making my way back, but I couldn't shake the memory of that dog. Was it still trapped inside that room? My curiosity got the best of me. I stood outside the door for a few moments, listening. Still nothing. That's when I made a huge mistake. I tried to open the door. I had no more than jiggled the doorknob when I first heard it. Screams. Blood-curdling screams. unlike anything I had ever heard. Sounds that I did not think a human was capable of producing. Short, piercing, high-pitched shrieks, followed abruptly by a low, drawn-out, guttural moan that ultimately morphed into something that I can only describe as crying, but much louder. It was all over the place, like some sort of psychotic freeform jazz. I stumbled backwards, nearly losing my balance. I shouted something like, "Hello? Who's in there?" There was no response, just screams. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" Still no response, just screams. There was no doubt that I yelled loud enough for him to hear me. He didn't want my help. He wanted me gone. I fumbled my way through the darkened room toward the exit. When I reached the top of the stairs, I just stood there listening. I was trying to wrap my mind around what I was hearing. I waited for the screaming to stop, but it never did. When I finally left, it was still as loud and demented as when it began. I felt relieved, but that quickly vanished when I realized I had to do it all over again next month. I reported what I had heard, but nothing came of it. As my return drew nearer, a sense of dread grew inside of me. What kind of lunatic sits alone in total darkness and silence? My mind created endless explanations for what kind of hell laid beyond that door. By the time I returned, I had built him up in my mind so much that anyone other than the devil himself would have been a letdown. But there was no sign of him the next month, or even the next several months. I had nearly given up on solving the mystery when a stroke of luck pulled me back in. One night, I went to a concert with a friend, Laura. After the show, I gave her a ride home. She had moved somewhat recently, so she had to give me directions. I didn't pay much attention to where she was leading me until she pointed to a house a ways up the street. I couldn't believe it. She had moved into the house with the mysterious room in the basement. "This sounds weird, but have you noticed anything odd about the basement at this?" I began to ask, but before I could finish my sentence, she blurted out, "A crazy guy lives down there." Finally, I had confirmation. She went on to tell me that even though her apartment was in the attic, she often heard him yelling late at night. But that wasn't all. She had actually met him. One day, while walking to her car, she saw him standing on the lawn. He stood perfectly still, with no expression on his face. He was directly in her path, so she cautiously made her way around him. She noticed he was staring at her, so she offered a friendly, "Hi," as she passed. He had no reaction, except for one unsettling exception. He stuck out his tongue, then quickly sucked it back into his mouth and resumed acting like a statue. Thoroughly creeped out, she got in her car and drove away. 2 or 3 months later, I finally met him myself. I entered the back door like I had so many months before. This time something was different. There was a light on in the basement. I peered down the staircase. At the bottom, a ragged-looking dog was staring back at me. It was the same dog I had heard during my first visit. Then I noticed something else. Behind the dog, I could see a pair of bare feet. The ceiling blocked my view of the rest of whoever was standing there. But it didn't matter. I knew it was him. I should have left right then, but I didn't. I know this probably doesn't make sense, but at this point, my desire to finally get some answers outweighed my fear. I shakily called out, "Meter reader," and started to make my descent. As I made my way down, more of him was revealed. He looked to be middle-aged. His head was shaved, and his eyes were wild. He was wearing pants but no shirt. What I remember most was how lean his body looked. It had the look of a body that was never at rest. I explained who I was, and what I was doing there. To my surprise, not only did he talk to me, but he actually sounded somewhat normal. The volume and pitch of his voice was odd, but he said the same sorts of things that people typically said to meter readers. I even started to doubt whether or not he was the same man I had heard screaming, but his behavior slowly removed all doubt. As I read the meters, he rapidly paced back and forth. He was constantly wringing his hands together and spastically cocking his head from side to side. The longer he talked, the more agitated he became. He began grimacing, and little verbal tics started popping up in his speech. Every so often he would blurt out a loud, "Ah!" in the middle of a sentence. He was trying to suppress these sounds, but he was losing the battle. I started to make my way to the exit. He followed. His verbal outbursts grew louder and more frequent. I was petrified. When I reached the stairs, I drew our conversation to an end and said goodbye. As I turned to head up the staircase, he could no longer hold it in. Screams. The very same unforgettable screams that I had heard coming from the locked room. I ran up the stairs as fast as my legs would carry me, flung the door open, and rushed back into the daylight. A month or two later, I had a couple friends, including Laura, over to my place. I was excited to tell her about my encounter, but as I was relaying what happened, I could tell that something else was on her mind. When I finished telling my story, she told me about something she had seen a couple weeks earlier. One day, she noticed lights flashing outside her window. She looked outside just in time to see police officers placing the man from the basement in the back seat of a squad car. She later found out from another tenant that he had attacked someone with a knife. That was the last we ever saw of him. I don't know what became of the man in the basement. I like to think that he got the help he needed, but maybe that's just because I'd rather not think about the alternative. I live in an apartment building that has 4 apartments on each floor. The apartments are split into 2 groups by something we call a bubble. Basically, 2 apartments share this bubble, and there is a metal door guarding them before each tenant goes to their own doors. My husband works as a doctor, so he had to go to work for his night shift. I usually do house chores when he goes to work, so the house is clean when he comes back in the morning. I turn on the Scary Stories in the Rain podcast on my Xbox and do my work. I have 2 cats, Xena, who is 5 years old, and Marcel, who is 3 months old, that are usually very playful during nighttime. At one point, they both stop from chasing each other and stare at the door without moving or blinking. Xena, my eldest, having her back curled and silently hissing under the door. She never expresses such behavior. She is the chillest and laid-back cat there is, so having her react like this made me very curious. At the same time, one of the stories that I was listening to was about home invaders and how most times said invaders will check on the houses they want to break into and learn the owner's schedules and such before breaking in. This made me feel very insecure, and I turned the volume lower in order to hear what was going on the other side of my door, which, by the way, it is impossible to get to unless you unlock the first metal door, which has the sole purpose of extra protection for my and my neighbor's apartment. My neighbor is a lonely old lady that has 2 cats of her own, and is, ironically, the building manager. It must have been around midnight, and she was most likely asleep by that time. I turn the volume to my TV down and go closer to the door, having Xena still not move from her position. Pressing my ear against the door searching for sounds, I couldn't hear much except a distinguished sound of heavy breathing, like an alcoholic breathing heavily. It gave me goosebumps, and I immediately started looking around the house for something to defend myself with in a worst-case scenario, thinking that if he broke past the metal door all by himself, then my apartment door might not be a challenge for him. I took my husband's baseball bat and held onto it with my life. I took my cats and hid them in the cupboard under the sink. I don't know why. I don't have children yet, but that's what came to my mind first. And I went back to the door. I opened the peephole to look at the person breathing through my door at midnight, and my heart sunk to my stomach. All I could see was an eye, a very veiny, red, and popped out eye staring back at me, right into my soul, followed by repeated and faster breathing, as if whoever it was knew I was watching back. I didn't move or make a sound, hoping that it would make the creep go away, but that was not the case. Even when I moved back from the door, I see the doorknob moving frantically. He was trying to get inside, murmuring something that I couldn't make out, as if on a frenzy. I freeze, holding the baseball bat to my shoulder level, basically preparing myself to bash out this guy's head if he managed to get inside. As he was trying desperately to get inside, fighting with both the doorknob and the keyhole because I could hear noises coming from the keyhole, an idea came to mind. I rushed to the living room, which is very close to the entrance door, and blast out the Scary Story podcast. Luckily, the specific story was narrated by a man with a very heavy voice, and from the outside, it almost sounded like there was someone inside the apartment having a conversation, mostly a monologue. I live in a country where English is not a native language, and few people speak it. At last, what I prayed would work actually did. The moment I blasted the volume to max, the doorknob stopped moving, the breathing ceased, and I went back to the door and checked the peephole for that creepy man. He was no longer there, but the metal outside door was wide open. Of course, my neighbor only now wakes up from my podcast, basically screaming in my house, asking me to turn it down. I tell her what happened and how come she hasn't heard anything. She said she had her TV on as well, and she sleeps with it on, so she didn't feel alone, and didn't hear the conundrum going on in the hallway between our apartments. We both examined the metal door, asking each other if we left it open. Even called my husband at work to ask him the same thing, and he told me he locked it twice, as usual. I don't know what I would have done if this expert in door breaking actually managed to break into my house, but I do think he was in for the worst for me and my cats. I never thought that, of all the possibilities of salvation, these Scary Story podcasts would be what saved my life. Thank you, being scared narrator, for indirectly, of course, saving my life. I have a couple of stories to tell here, all of them involving my family's cabin in Wyoming. So for starters, I need to put this into context. I was born and raised in South Dakota, and if you ever look at a map of it, you'll see that it's a great beige, almost rectangle, with a singular circle of green, right on the west side of this state. That's where I grew up. Now the west side of South Dakota has some pretty amazing sights, and it kind of makes up for there being nothing to do here. But in my opinion, nothing here holds a candle to the cabin. The cabin is exactly what it sounds like. A log cabin with no running water, a well, and a creek adjacent. The only modernity it has is electricity, and that was added in the 1930s. It's an hour away from my hometown, and if you die up there, there is no chance you will ever be found, so it's my favorite place to go. It was great when I was stressed from high school and just needed to get away. And now that I'm 25, it's my favorite place to unwind after a long week. But that being said, it has its quirks. I'm going to start with the most normal of the stories. Not normal because this happens all the time, but because there was no paranormal, extraterrestrial ooga booga stuff. I was 13 at my sister's birthday party. My sister and I always celebrate our birthdays up there. My dad had to leave to take my sister's friends, who couldn't sleep over, back to their homes. My mom doesn't like to spend the night up there, so she had left before the sun went down. This left 13-year-old me with about 5, 10, or 11-year-old girls. In short, I was miserable. I was poking at the fire, planning on dropping some scary stories on them, so that they would have nightmares, when I heard a distinct rustling noise coming from the dry creek just ahead of us. I looked up from the fire and saw a figure approaching us. I told my sister to quietly get back to the cabin. She looked at me and was about to definitely say, "Why?" when she saw that my eyes were fixed on a singular point. She followed my gaze, and not long after, saw an old bearded man, wide-eyed, stumbling towards us. She screamed, prompting her friends to scream, and they all ran back to the cabin. The screaming stunned me, as I was sure that this man would now proceed to kill me, and after he was done, march to the cabin to finish off the girls. But that didn't happen. Instead, he stopped and just started mumbling. I could only make out a few words. Deers, rope, crick, and razor blades. Eventually, I gathered up the courage to tell him off. I let him know that if he didn't leave, he would be sorry. After I said this, I began backing towards the cabin, and eventually retreated inside. We told my dad when he got back what happened, and he wasted no time gathering up people from the surrounding community. The old guy was caught, but not by police. He was caught by his daughter, who thanked my dad. I guess this guy was just a very old man with dementia who wandered out of his cabin and followed the road to ours, thinking it was one of the cutoffs to the creek. As for the razor blades, well, back in the 70s, a group of rednecks got tired of city people swimming in their creek, so on one of the rope swings, they attached razor blades. A bunch of kids cut their hands up. The rednecks were never caught, and all they managed to do was get every rope swing along the creek cut down. Ultimately, I feel more sad than scared when I remember this. However, this is only the first story I have from up there. The next one happened when I was 19. My first long-term relationship had just ended, and to say I was taking it hard would be an understatement. Fortunately, my childhood friend, who I will call Josh, was coming back to South Dakota from basic training. This was also around my birthday, so I had already gotten some days off work. There ended up being a ton of people going up there. So many, in fact, that there was no room for me to sleep inside the cabin. That wasn't an issue for me, though, as at the time, I drove a Subaru hatchback, and I had no qualms about sleeping in my car. I had a whole system. I blew up an air mattress, put down my back seats, slid in it, and I was off. The air mattress took up the entirety of my back seat and trunk, leaving no room for me to put my clothes while I slept. So I grabbed some hangers from the cabin and hung my clothes up on the inside handle of my trunk door. I kept the door open because I like the night air while I sleep, the weight and warmth of the blankets mixing with the general feeling of chill that came with the mountain night air was and still is very relaxing. I was even happier when it started to rain. However, that night I woke up with a strange feeling just kind of looming around me. I sat up and got a little disappointed at how deflated the air mattress had gotten before I started to hear the soft squishing noises of feet in mud and grass. I looked out the windows to see who was coming to scare me. I was naturally irritated and called out, saying something to the effect of, "I hear you," but no one made their presence known. I bit the bullet and threw the covers off me, hopping out of my car into the pouring rain. I looked around my car and didn't see anyone. I was confused and a little scared, but decided it was a good idea to just go back to sleep. As I wrapped myself back up, I began drifting off to the sound of raindrops tapping the roof of my car. And then, as I was about to go to sleep, there was a loud thump that ripped me awake and sent me flying back up. It sounded as though someone had just slapped the back window of my car, and thus I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun started to come up, I donned my clothes, which were somehow still dry, and began to search the surroundings. Sure enough, there were footprints around my car, and a single handprint on the back window. I thought about letting the group know, but decided against it, as they probably wouldn't believe me, even if I showed them the evidence. But also, because I didn't want to ruin the weekend. The only one I told was Josh, who also said it was a good idea not to tell anyone else. He's a very spiritual person, and believed then, as he does now, that it was a ghost. However, I'm thinking it was a person, who I will never know. First, let me set up some background to make the flow of the story smoother. This happened almost 19 years ago. I was nearly 13 years old, and I was being raised by my grandparents. We lived in a little tourist town in Florida. They had had problems with their 2 daughters as adults, my mother being the older of the 2, and they wanted to do everything that they could to make sure that I didn't turn out the same way. A do-over, if you will. So needless to say, they were very strict. My aunt was having a good period. She had her stuff together. We were all very close. My aunt understood what it was like to be raised under a glass dome, metaphorically speaking. They raised her too, after all. So being as she was my only aunt, she made sure that the time we spent together was always super cool. I would stay over Saturday nights. We would go out and hang out at the pier, and she would let me hang out with my middle school boyfriend, who would find ways to get to wherever I was. My grandparents had no idea of any of these activities, of course. I was just spending some quality time with my aunt, and giving them a break. It was nice that I had a younger female figure, since my mom wasn't around. One night, when we were out having fun, my aunt meets this guy, and they really hit it off. He was very nice, and introduced himself to me. He went by JR, and at first was a kind of charming talker. They exchanged numbers after hanging out a while, and then we went home and went to bed. They ended up going out a bit more, and my aunt had really liked JR. He took her to his house and introduced her to his father and showed her around his land. He lived out in the woods in the middle of nowhere. I have lived in this town for 30 years, and I still to this day couldn't tell you where it is. I was only there once. He was teaching my aunt how to shoot a gun. I remember her shoulder rocking back with the impact of the shot and it surprising her. He had these weird dancing clothes in his closet. It was all seemingly harmless. I mean, everyone has their quirks. About 10 days, maybe 2 weeks later, we were again at the pier out by the payphones talking about what to do that night and what to get for dinner. JR and my aunt were in their late 20s, early 30s, and as much as she loved me, I imagine there were times that I got in the way. Well, anyway, we were at the pier, and he is talking about how he has these painkillers. He offered me one. I declined, of course, and told him I had a high tolerance to pain anyway, and didn't need that stuff. He then, with a huge smile, asks me if he can see for himself, assuring me that he won't really hurt me. He's just trying to have fun. This guy twists my arm behind my back until I hear a pop. I start to cry, and he laughs and says, "Aw, sweetheart, I was only playing. You said you had a high tolerance. I guess I was stronger than I thought I was. I'm sorry. No need to ruin the good time we're having." I go in the private pier office, which my granddad managed, crying. My aunt comes in and lets me know that she thinks it's messed up too, and that she talked to him about it. She goes back outside, and he asks her what she is up to that night. She tells him that she isn't sure if I am staying over because with what just happened. I was whining about going home. I was pissed that she hadn't decked him right there for hurting me. Well, he tells her that she should meet him under, let's call, the Sunset Bridge at 2 a.m. on the other side of town. He says that the stars are beautiful, and you can listen and hear the fish. He tells her he would love to see it with her, and that they can dance under the moon. We were all from a fishing family and live in a fishing town, so fishing activities under the bridge at late times wasn't necessarily something that threw up a red flag. If it's dark and late, there won't be people out there hogging all the fish. She tells him maybe, and we leave. I decide to spend the night after all, later sneaking in only if she will pick up my boyfriend Charlie. She calls him when she gets home, before we made our arrangement with Charlie, and says that she can come out, but she will have me with her. He groans and is like, "Fine. All right, I guess. She can come too. Maybe she will get tired and sleep in the car." About an hour after she called JR the first time, I ask her about Charlie, and she agrees. She sits down with me and hugs me and touches my face lovingly, apologizing for what had happened with my arm. My aunt was an amazing woman, and I love her very much. She then calls him again and tells him not to worry. She is picking up Charlie, so I will have my own entertainment, and they can have their time. He goes into a rage and starts sputtering and cussing about how it's too complicated now, and he just wanted an intimate meeting with her, not a quote-unquote family reunion. He went on about how he didn't want to have to babysit a 13-year-old kid and her 14-year-old boyfriend. He hangs up after calling her crazy. She bewilderingly hangs up the phone and tells me what happened. We go about our night with pizza rolls and PlayStation, and things are fine. He calls her a few more times and drives by the house for a couple of weeks, but my aunt was having none of it. After a while, he left our lives just as swiftly as he had come. That whole affair lasted only a month, if even that. 3 weeks maybe, and all in all, it wasn't the craziest experience she had with a man. JR was soon forgotten, and we went about our business. Fast forward 2 years later, I am almost out of middle school. My aunt had moved to a city about 40 miles away. I still lived with my grandparents. They were still strict, but as they had gotten older, so had I. I knew a few ways around the rules. One day my friend Frank and I missed the bus home from school and called our good high school friend Darla to pick us up and take us home after riding a bit. She had this big, beautiful red truck, and I would ride around in the bed of it, loving the freedom and the wind. We were smoking cigarettes and laughing, listening to the radio. The time I would have spent on the bus before my stop was just enough time to hit up the taco drive-thru. We cruised down the road a bit before heading back to Frank and I's separate houses. He lived just down the road. We had a lot of fun that day. She dropped me off first. My grandparents came outside. They were heavily confused at the sight of an unknown vehicle, and even more so when they saw that I had gotten out of it. After letting her be the one to explain because she was older, cooler, and more responsible, my parents thanked her for being kind enough to take me home. They said how lucky I was that she had just happened to be there to help me get home. The things we do to our parents, eh? That was the last time we ever saw my friend. She didn't show up for work for 5 days. I can't speak for everyone, but I assumed that she had just run away. Darla's parents were going through a nasty divorce. The dad had a hot new girlfriend, and the mother was very bitter about it. Rightfully so, I guess. It was embarrassing for all of the kids. Her truck wasn't left behind. I figured she got tired of her parents acting like infants and took off. I missed her, but she was in a whole other league of freedom and coolness. 16 is a whole different life than 14, especially when you are in different schools. I wished her well, maybe even a little envious that she got out of this town, and I was still here. And I hadn't heard anything for 2 weeks about her, when at about 9 o'clock at night, my grandparents got a phone call to turn on the news. Darla's body was found in the woods. I was devastated. I was so joyful that I had that last experience with her, but so saddened and horrified. She was so young, barely older than myself. She was about to be 17 in just a short time. It was a very sad time for our town. The good and bad news is that they caught the guy that had done it. He confessed after some very incriminating evidence, and during his questioning, also confessed to killing his girlfriend, who had been missing for about 8 years, and also his father. When they showed his mugshot on the screen and said his name, I swear, I almost passed out. There, clear as day on the screen staring back at me, was a picture of JR. I had no idea they even knew each other. I can't even imagine what would have happened if we had gone under that bridge that night. Investigation Discovery Channel did a piece on it a couple of years back. I was shocked to see it on the TV. The memories came rushing back, and I decided to write them all down. I literally have a newfound appreciation of life now that I'm old enough to understand just how close I could have come to being killed. My aunt lived on to make awesome new memories with me. I have a beautiful life with my husband and 3 boys that most likely wouldn't have happened if things had gone differently that night. I am a private investigator living in the South. When people learn that about myself, it's usually met with a certain amount of interest, given that TV has cast private investigators in a very intriguing light. In reality, our lives are usually mundane, more unremarkable vehicles and peeing in bottles than Ferraris and beaches. I haven't seen too many noteworthy or exciting things in my line of work. I have been rushed by a few dogs, harassed by mentally unstable people, and busted plenty of times by an intended subject. But all in all, it's steady, boring work. But I do have one story that, for fear of sounding sensational, changed my life. It was January, a month that falls into what myself and my partners know is the dregs of the slow season. So when I got the call to work a fairly easy assignment about an hour and a half away from my home, I was pleased to have it. The assignment was just that, scraps. A jiped and angry car lot owner who had spent too much patience attempting to locate a woman who he believed had skipped town in a less than paid off SUV. She's gotta be in that area. That's where the GPS last hit before it died. That's what I was told. It wasn't scandalous, high-profile work, but I was happy to have it. The snow began to lightly fall as I loaded up my equipment bag into my car, stocked with spare camera batteries, snacks, and the like. I kissed my husband goodbye, zipped up my jacket, and plugged in a random address that fell within the last known latitude-longitude coordinates the client had provided from the last ping on the car's GPS. After nearly 2 hours of sipping coffee and half-heartedly dialing my radio back and forth, the channels crackled weakly as I drove further and further away from modern civilization and into the sprawling pastures of the rural back country. Finally, I found myself within the target area. Houses slowly became fewer and farther apart as I approached a long stretch of road. The roadway looked gloomy in the haze of the afternoon winter. Its length dipped and craned painfully on for what seemed like miles through farmland. I knew as I proceeded down it, slowly, that it would be a difficult area to set up on. I observed the sides of the road, devoid of any shoulder, and yielding abruptly from pavement to mucky, snow-soaked ditches. I quickly dismissed the idea of pulling off into the grass when I checked my phone and saw that I had no signal. This would be a bad area to get stuck in with no reception, given that I had seen no houses for miles and the snow only fell heavier by the hour. Turning around carefully, I drove back towards where I had come from until a single, faint bar appeared in the corner of my cell phone screen. Using the weak signal, I consulted my map and deduced that the long, desolate road I had come from connected 2 main highways, and I guessed that the SUV I was looking for was sure to be using it as a through way. Satisfied, but not convinced, I said goodbye to the idea of mindlessly browsing Facebook all evening and headed back to the area. The sleet sloshed beneath my tires as I slowed down outside of a small ranch-style home, a little ways off the road at the end of a gravel drive. The house was somber, but looked charming, with fresh snow settled on its worn roof. As I approached the house, the boards of the porch stoop, moaning under my boots. I knocked carefully and smiled immediately, so as to appear non-threatening to whomever answered the door. The latch on the other side of the door fell, and shortly after, the door opened. To my surprise, instead of being hit with the contrasting warm air of a home, I was enveloped by a musty, cool draft that seemed to belch up from deep inside the house. Inside the doorway stood a man I gauged to be in his 80s. His eyes were brown and sad, and his face appeared weathered. His wrinkles set deep into his face, as if he had been carved out of the red clay soil that rested just inches below the snow outside. Even though he did not stand taller than myself, he still seemed to look down on me, his broad frame occupying most of the doorway. I smiled bigger, as if to prompt his own sober countenance to do so, but it did not. Awkwardly, I spoke. "I hate to bother you, but I've come all this way to look for a car that I believe is in the area, and I was wondering if you would be okay with me sitting at the end of your driveway for a little while to keep a lookout." I had almost made an art out of playing up my innocent woman status for my own advantage, and I would be lying if I said that that wasn't what I was doing at this moment. He did not immediately answer. He looked at me, studying me, his face never warming and only serving to wear me down with silence. For a moment, I felt my damsel facade had finally fallen on unwilling ears, and I prepared myself for swift denial. But he just stood there, and that's when I took note of his clothing. A plaid shirt tucked into tan slacks ended in slick, black dress shoes, hardly what I would expect a gentleman of his age to be wearing in this weather, especially since his home didn't seem to be much warmer than the air outside of it. He clenched a blue wooden pipe between his teeth, chewing the tip thoughtfully. He looked terribly faint, almost jaundiced, as if my palm might pass right through him if I offered him a hand to shake. Just at that moment, he seemed satisfied with how long he had studied me, and maybe having decided I wasn't a threat or trouble, he looked past me to my car, back down to me, and nodded his head in approval. I thanked him and was eager to retreat back to my warm car. Crunching snow and gravel beneath my tires, I caught one last look of his door shutting before I found an unimposing spot near the end of the driveway and began my surveillance. As a woman in this line of work, I have come to be aware of my environment. It's not my nature and only came out of habit. Often looking into my rear and side view mirrors to check my surroundings, I took note of the man's house. It was dark. Even as the sun began to set and darkness creeped into the valley, I never noticed any interior lights in the home. I suspected he may be entirely frugal, keeping as few lights on as possible. That also explained why his home was so cold. I smirked, remembering how my own father would keep a watchful eye on the thermostat so as to not prevent us kids who refused to put sweaters on from tinkering with the dial. Having seen only 2 sedans in the hours since I had arrived, I finally phoned it in and began my trek home. The next week passed by, and I once again loaded up my car for another assignment about an hour north of the man's home. I couldn't shake how sad he looked, and wondered whether or not he had anyone to care about him. His absent demeanor and sad, faraway eyes still occupied my mind every now and then. I scratched out a thank you note, bought a box of cookies, and decided that I would leave a little earlier so I could stop by and deliver them to him. I felt compelled to show my appreciation for him letting me, a complete stranger, take refuge on his property to do some scummy repo spotting work. By this time, the snow had melted, and the roads were far more formidable, albeit cold and damp. I made the familiar turn off the lonely stretch of road and slowly crunched down the driveway. To my surprise, I noted a new car parked near the home, as well as 2 utility trucks. A woman stood outside speaking with a man who donned tool belt and boots, making it easy to surmise his occupation. The woman motioned toward the house, speaking with her hands, and a worker appeared to consider whatever it was she was saying. She looked on at me, trying to place who I was as I stepped out. Calling out a greeting, I approached, with the letter and cookies tucked under my arm. I explained who I was and how I just wanted to say thank you to the man that lived there for his generosity, explaining that I would not have been able to do my job if not for him. I felt a twinge of embarrassment when I realized that I had never gotten the man's name. This woman studied me with the same eyes as the old man had, only hers seemed livelier and more skeptical. She told me in an almost accusatory tone that nobody should have been there, and that she had only just come up from the north to begin renovating the home to sell. She looked on to the contractors with slight annoyance, to which they both denied being responsible without actually being asked any questions. She looked back to me and explained that her father built the home in 1942 and lived there up until his death 4 years ago, leaving the house unoccupied since. She felt completely violated that someone had been squatting in her childhood home. I apologized out of sympathy while stifling my own fear and bewilderment that I may have been speaking to a crazy man who was eyeing me. She seemed reluctant to go on, so I offered up some feigned interest in her home's history in an effort to help her regain some of the autonomy she seemed to lose in light of finding out about the break-in. She walked me around the perimeter, telling me about an old sand pit she played in as a child and how she planned on making it into a garden. She continued through the tour, explaining how she planned to repurpose and restore certain things. The memories seemed to warm her from the inside out, as if I began to disappear while she reminisced. I opened up the box of cookies and offered them to her as I got one out and bit it. I laughed as I offered her one. Here, old crazy doesn't deserve these. She forced a half-genuine laugh and took a cookie. She then reached into her back jeans pocket and pulled out an iPhone. Switching to the gallery, she opened an album of photos she had taken off old Polaroid pictures of the home in its former glory. She swiped up as she explained each and pointed out their original locations. A photo of her as a child, sitting in her sandpit with an old family dog named Baba. A large knockout rose bush that had stood near the entrance years ago had been her mother's pride and joy, and she had spent hours each week pampering it. She swiped through more photos, an old pickup truck, her mother holding her infant brother on the stoop that had previously moaned under my boots, a chicken coop surrounded by heritage chickens, and finally, a photo of her father, a broad, weathered man, clutching a blue pipe in his teeth and grinning warmly to the camera, wearing a plaid shirt tucked into tan pants, ending in slick black dress shoes. Okay, so for the longest time in my teenage years, I earned a few bucks a week by doing babysitting work. It always made me giggle at how there are so many urban legends based around babysitting. The serial killer that stalks the unwitting teen, the call coming from inside the house, pretty much every Halloween movie in some manner that seems to present babysitting as the vocation of those with a death wish, when in reality, the only thing likely to kill you is the boredom. Sure, you get a bratty kid, and it makes an evening a little more challenging. But get a good one, and you're basically sat on the couch for hours on end, watching tedious cable TV shows and counting the minutes until the parents get home. Saying that, I did babysit for one family that ended in a frankly terrifying experience that ended up in me never, ever babysitting for them ever again. It only happened once, but sometimes once is enough. So I arrive at this big old house, a few blocks away from my parents' house, at around 6:30 one Friday evening. The parents of the kid seem charming, and the kid is one of the more adorable little tykes I have had the good fortune of minding. We go over a brief list of rules, what the kid is and isn't allowed to eat, how much I'll be paid, how long I'll be sitting for, that sort of thing. Then, the parents head out to whatever fancy party they had been planning on attending. All goes well for a little while. The kid wouldn't eat their carrots, but when I pretended they were delicious by taking little bites myself, they soon broke into a smile and pretty much demolished the little bowl of hummus we were sharing. With the kid fed, I gave her a bath, tucked her into bed, and that's that. It was honestly one of the easier jobs I'd had, right up until the sun started to go down. So once the kid is asleep, I head downstairs to order a pizza on the parents' dollar. Like I said, they were perfectly nice and polite when we first met, and it's not often a job comes with free food. Pizza arrives pretty quickly, and I even tip the delivery guy a few dollars just to say thank you for being so fast. He's literally counting out the change in dollar bills when his head snaps to the side, like he's looking into the bushes at the side of the house. I ask him if everything is okay, peering out from the door to see what he's looking at. But there's nothing, just dark bushes. He says something along the lines of, guess I'm just tired, my mind's playing tricks on me. Laughs awkwardly, and then walks back to his car, while thanking me again for the tip. I didn't think anything of it. I mean, it was probably a cat or something, right? So I go back inside to eat, have a full-on carb overload, and end up just lying there on the couch, watching TLC. There were these big bay windows in the family's TV room, and I had drawn the curtains earlier to block out the glare on the TV. Only, I hadn't drawn them all the way, and there was a slight crack in the curtains that allowed me to see out into the dark front yard. At one point, my eyes were drawn to this little crack, and I could swear I saw a dark shape where streetlights were previously. I sit up, focusing my eyes on the shape, and wondering if it was my mind playing tricks on me this time, when it moved. I wasn't going nuts. I had been looking at someone, who was in turn looking at me through the big old windows. That's about when I started to freak out. I had been super chilled all evening, but now I was getting that distinctly paranoid feeling, like someone was watching me, someone who didn't exactly have the best of intentions. I run around the house, making sure all the doors and windows are locked as a precaution, all before keeping their cordless phone as close as possible so that, if it came to it, I could call the cops. I was sure that I had seen someone, but the chances of them just vacating the area at the sight of flashing lights, then returning later, would be a huge possibility, and a terrifying one at that. So I decided to shoot my shot, only when it would be absolutely necessary. Appearing to waste police time would not be doing me any favors. I suppose I'm just trying to explain why I didn't call the cops right away. I've had friends of mine say they'd have just called 911 right then and there, but I wasn't 100% sure of anything right then. I had seen a shape, not Michael Myers pointing a knife at me. Life isn't black and white most of the time. Anyway, I've secured all the windows and doors, shoved the cordless phone into my hoodie's front pouch, and I've even positioned a Little League bat near the couch so that I was sort of armed. So by that point, I started to feel relatively safe again. If there was some creeper lurking outside, looking to prey on a teenage babysitter, they would get one heck of a rude awakening when I waved my bat at them and screamed that the cops were on the way. So I lie back on the couch, but naturally find myself unable to relax. I open the curtains back up so I can see if anyone is hanging around in the front yard, keeping my eyes on the windows, every so often in between watching whatever social train wreck is on TLC. Nothing happens for a while, and I start to think it was all just in my head or something. Right about the time I get up to wander into the kitchen to grab a drink of water. As I'm in there, I get that intense feeling that I'm being watched. I turn to see that same dark shape in the kitchen window, only this time I rush into action. I hammer 911 into the phone, telling the dispatcher I need the cops to their address ASAP, and there's a home invasion in progress. I honestly don't know if it was the adrenaline, or I was just sick of thinking that whoever it was thought they could get away with stuff like this, but I just sorta charged. After screaming out that the cops were on their way, I ran into the TV room, grabbed the Little League bat, and just ran for the back door, which led out of the kitchen and into the backyard. What happened next is frankly astounding. As I ran at the guy, baseball bat in hand, ready to bash his brains in right there in the yard, I recognized him instantly. It was a face I had seen before, not long ago at all. It was the kid's dad. So, long story short, the dad of the kid I had been babysitting had, for whatever reason, decided he needed to see what kind of babysitter I was. So apparently, he drove his wife to whatever party they were heading to, turned back, saying that he had forgotten something, and then decided to watch me over the course of about an hour or two to see if I was worth the cash they were spending. Obviously, since no crime was actually committed, there was no one to charge. The dad offered me a sincere apology, even offered me double the cash just to finish the night up, but I refused. No amount of money could have persuaded me to stay. Needless to say, I was very selective with who I babysat after that. Hi everyone. I will try to keep this as concise as possible while still delving into necessary detail. This happened in a span of 2 days, 5 days ago. I am not sure if these events are connected. However, I am convinced they are. I am an 18-year-old man, 6'1", 190 pounds. I live in Seattle and I work at a grocery store, as my father insisted on me getting a job, and grocery stores are the few places hiring nowadays. Anyways, I work at 5 a.m. and wake up at around 4 a.m. I don't mind it because I get off early. It's still dark when I arrive at the store, and I always have to call the store and ask for the produce workers to let me in. As I was walking up to the door, I see an average-looking man, probably late 30s. He doesn't work at my store, and clearly he was tweaking out, moving around in crazy motions. As I was waiting for the door to be opened, he was facing me about 8 feet away, not looking at me, but past me. He was chanting some weird satanic stuff, something like, "Satan will come, Satan knows." He kept repeating those lines. I was just standing at the door, like, what is this guy on? Someone just let me inside already. Nothing else strange happens at work that day, and I get off at 9 a.m., as I only worked a 4-hour shift that day. As I'm driving home, I get a call, and the ID said it was from a nearby city. I answer, and I literally just hear a guy breathing. I'm just sitting there thinking this is some corny prank. Since the audio was playing through the speakers in my car, his breathing was amplified, so I'm not sure if it was intentional. I read one time that if someone keeps you on the phone for long enough, they can get your IP address, although I am not certain of this. He then says my full name in the tone of a question, but also in a weird, strangely excited kind of way that made me feel extremely uneasy. This was very stupid of me to confirm it was, but I said, "Yeah, who is this?" And then he just pauses and hangs up. I realized a few hours later that he sounded exactly alike to the satanic dude from this morning, except sober. I get paranoid fairly easy, but this was a red flag and sent chills down my spine. I tried to call back, and the number was, you guessed it, disconnected. The next day I arrive at work with no troubles and leave at 9 a.m. I get home at about 9:20. I see my father's car in the driveway, as he is usually home at this time. The front door to my house was unlocked. I shouldn't think anything of this because my dad was home, right? I walk in, take off my shoes, and call out for my dad because I brought in his mail. So before I explain this next part, you need to understand that many noises people hear are misidentified as something it is truly not, or their mind is playing games with them, or it's just the house making noises, etc. But there is a very specific noise that my parents' bed frame makes because it's wood, when someone is rolling around in it. I know this sound very well because my room is right next to my parents', and my dad is an extremely light sleeper, and anytime I drop something or make a relatively loud sound, I can hear him rolling around in his bed because I disturbed him. Okay, continuing on. I call out for my dad as I'm walking up the stairs, and there is no response. Only that noise of the bed frame moving. This is when I got scared, because my dad wakes up very early, and there is no way he was taking a nap at 9:30 a.m. I'm already at the top of the stairs at this point, so I burst into my room and closed my door. I listened through our paper-thin walls, and I genuinely heard someone whispering, and then the springs releasing, as if someone was sitting on the edge and stood up. If he was whispering, that means there could potentially be 2 people in my house, and I could be in real danger. I instinctually grabbed my dresser and dragged it in front of my door. That thing weighs probably at least 150 pounds, and it took me a little while to drag it in front of my door. My heart was pounding. I was worried the intruder would catch on to what I was doing and break through my door before I had the chance to do it. I just slammed the dresser down in front of my door to not waste any more time. Nobody was getting through that door. I felt slightly more relaxed and called my dad. I started to get nervous because he didn't answer, but he sometimes went on walks around the neighborhood at this time. Just as I tried to call him, I saw him walking up the street from out my bedroom window and shouted that it wasn't safe for him to come into the house. At first he laughed it off and proceeded up the driveway, as nothing like this has ever happened, and we live in a somewhat safe area. I repeated myself, but this time I screamed at him. Now he knew I was serious. He could see the fear in my eyes. He stepped back a few feet and asked what was going on, and I felt I didn't really have time to explain and just told him to wait. Once I confirmed my father was safe, I called 911, and the intruder next to me must have heard it because once I got off the phone, they ran down the stairs. I was scared for my dad at this point because he was just right outside. I had to move the dresser again from my door as I was in a panicked state, and I left my room and ran down the stairs to see nothing except my dad, who was still confused and pointed out that the back door was wide open. The cops got there about 12 minutes later and came up with nothing. No evidence of forcible entry, literally nothing, besides the wide open back door and some mud tracked into the house, which really pissed me off. Could the man whispering have been the man that was talking to Satan the other day? How did that man know my name on the phone? Can someone track you if they know your phone number and full name? Were these people trying to abduct me? This only happened 5 days ago, and I have been scared ever since, worrying that they might come back. I also have sleep paralysis, and it has gotten worse lately. And if you've had it before, yeah, it sucks. That's my story, and I hope nothing like this happens to any of you. Thank you for listening. While I was going to college, I was living at home with my grandparents. I lived in the basement of their 3-bedroom condo in a newly minted condo community near the edge of our mid-sized city's suburbs. The basement was a dugout style, So there were windows across the outside-facing wall to the backyard, but they were low to the ground. So if you were to walk by said windows, the person in the basement could only see your feet. One late summer night, I awoke in my bed. This is fairly startling to me already, since I never wake up in the middle of the night. I listen intently to the sounds around me. I hear nothing but crickets outside my open window in my room. I get that "you're a grown woman, stop thinking the boogeyman is after you" thought, and try to settle back into sleep. When I hear it, distant, aimless whistling out towards the main road that leads to the condo development. I try to listen past my heart racing to tell where the whistling was going. Our condo is one of the last units on the end of the property. If you were to cross by foot into the development from town, our backyard is the first you would walk across. It was the first time that placement made me feel exposed. That, and my window was open. Sure, I still had a screen, but not much comfort to me at the time. Again, the "I am a grown-up" thought came to me and said, "It's probably some drunk guy wandering down the road. He is nowhere near your house, it's no big deal. Go to sleep." So I try to just block out the noise and get to bed. But the whistling was so aimless with no tune, just like it was trying to get attention, not keep itself occupied, or "I have a song stuck in my head" kind of whistle. I couldn't help but focus on it and hear it getting closer. And then I heard footsteps, aimless footsteps to go with the now horribly loud whistle. Are my grandparents not hearing this? I thought. I am about to get up and go upstairs, but by this point, I am gripped with fear over the closeness of my late-night visitor and my open window. And it's only getting worse, louder and closer until I'm sure the person is stepping on the stones that line the outside of my bedroom window, and with a whistle so loud, I am sure it's them leaning down to look into my room. I bolt, covers off and jumping for the staircase. I thought I would feel safer up there, but it was little comfort. My mind went directly to the sliding glass door to the porch, the one with a staircase to the backyard. It's locked, right? I couldn't bear to even try to listen and see if I heard anything anymore. I bolted yet again, now to my grandparents' room. I was breathless and trying to wake my grandmother. It had to be an emergency to wake either of them, and you would think the situation would count as one. Well, my grandma was not having it, and instead was angry that I might wake up my grandfather. No one believes me since I tended to have one of those wild imaginations people speak of. Well, maybe that was right. It was just me that heard it. Nevertheless, I slept on the upstairs couch, after making sure the porch door was locked and taking a fireplace poker to sleep with. It wouldn't be a creepy story, though, without one final twist. About a few days later, my grandmother and I decided to go shopping. We took another road out that we did not normally use, so it's my first time seeing this street since the night of the whistling. I am in the passenger seat watching the condos pass by when I see one with the police tape around it. Worn tape that you could tell was already slack from being up for longer than 24 hours. Grandma? I asked. What happened there? Oh, I didn't tell you? She says nonchalantly. A woman lives there by herself. A man broke into her basement window a couple nights ago. I don't know the details, but her dog scared him off, I guess. It was quiet in the car for a moment, while I was hoping my grandmother would make the connection. Grandma, do you remember when I came to your room a couple nights ago, complaining about a man going past my window? No. Never mind, Grandma. Never mind. About 2 years ago, I moved into a new apartment. The walls were very thin, and because of the fire safety laws in my city, my bedroom had one window which led into the living room and none with outside access. The window will be important later. It was 3 bedrooms, one for me, one for the master tenant, and one spare, which at the time was rented out by a pretty friendly guy. Well, friendly guy had issues with his work visa and had to move back to Canada last minute, leaving us about 2 weeks to find another roommate. Our quickest and easiest option was Craigslist. Due to my work schedule, I had no part in the selection process, but was content when the new roommate moved in a little later. He seemed a bit off, but friendly. He was a very tall, large guy, but pretty quiet, and not someone I wanted to go out of my way to hang with, but was okay to be around and be cordial with. About 2 weeks into his move-in, the master tenant left for Hawaii, leaving him and I alone in the home for the month-long duration of his stay. For the first few days, things are normal. All of a sudden, about 4 days into the trip, I am woken up at about 8 a.m. to a frantic knocking at my door. Roommate, we'll call him Kyle, is standing there when I open up. Looking frazzled, he looks me dead in the eye and says, "So, do you want to tell me what went on last night?" To which I was shocked and confused, because I had come home from work at about 9 p.m. and immediately showered and went to bed. I explain this to him, and he tells me that he heard me screaming and arguing with someone in my room, that he saw me in the side alley out the window, arguing with our landlord, whom I had never even seen at that point, that he heard people coming in and out of our house. I tell him no way, none of that ever happened. After staring at me for a little longer, he leaves and doesn't bring it up again. The next morning, I wake up to the same thing. This time he says he saw me arguing with my boyfriend. I was single at the time, had seen me talking with our other roommate, who was in Hawaii, and asking me for the badge number of the officer I had spoken to, since he had apparently seen me talking to a bunch of police as well. This time, I get angry and more or less tell him to cut this crap out, because I'm not doing anything and don't know what he's talking about. He gets a weird look on his face and says, "I think I had a seizure in my sleep. The next time it happens, call an ambulance," and leaves for a bit, only to start knocking again about an hour later, and when I open up, Kyle repeats the exact same story verbatim. This happens once more before I tell him to leave me alone, and I leave for work. I go to work as normal, and I am reluctant to return that night, but I am too tired to switch to an alternate location. Big mistake. About 1 a.m., I wake up to slamming doors. Kyle is pacing back and forth between his bedroom, the living room, and out the front door, walking in and out of each room, turning the lights on and off, mumbling angrily and slamming the doors. I can see his figure pacing back and forth through the frosted window in my room that leads to the living room. Since my room is dark, he cannot see inside. Suddenly he screams, "I cannot live like this! Why are you doing this to me?" I think he's on the phone and don't respond. A few moments later he screams my name repeatedly, and I realize he's directing it towards me. I knew I had to get out of there, so I very quietly creep out of bed and start getting dressed and packing a bag of clothes for work in the morning. I'm almost done when he screams, "I hear you," and charges over to my room, slapping the wall next to my door, but not touching the door itself. I look towards my window and see his shadow lean all the way forward, pressing his ear against the glass. I was terrified and sat completely still, unmoving. He eventually screams my name again and moves away from the window, and I hear him start pacing between rooms again. Now, my shoes are kept on a rack outside my door and not inside my room, so I know that when I leave, I'm going to need a moment to put them on. I decide to wait until his pacing takes him out the front door again, at which time I planned to grab my shoes, put them on, and run. As I'm formulating this plan, the pacing stops. He screams, "Do you want to fight about this? Come out right now and we will fight, I swear." I am a small 5-foot girl, and this guy is easily 3 times my size, so I am definitely not looking to fight. Thanks. After a few minutes, he turns off all the lights, and I hear the door to his room open and close, followed by silence. I wait for a moment to be sure I can't hear any movement, and then decide to take my chance. I took a breath and pulled my door open quickly. I step out and grab my shoes before I look up a second later and see him standing shirtless, with just a pair of boxers and socks on, in the dark of the hallway, his arms hung slightly outward in an awkward position. He says in a low, calm voice, "Ma'am, we need to talk." That was a hard no from me, so I grab my shoes and run out the door with them in hand. I run about half block barefoot before I stop to put them on. When I look back, he is standing in the porch light of our front door, watching me run, but not moving. Luckily, I had a friend who lived 2 blocks away, and I had their spare key, so I let myself in and crashed there for the night. And that's where I stayed for the next week or so, while we worked things out with the master tenant, and Kyle agreed to move out within the week. He says he didn't remember anything that happened, or wasn't sure if it was real or not, but if I said that's what went down, then it must be real. The day Kyle left, he sends me a photo of the house key sitting on the table and says, "I'm out." Nothing else. I take a friend over there with me to scout it and ensure that he has actually left. When we get there, we discover that not only had he left a ton of food and furniture, but he had ripped all of the fire alarms out of the ceilings. He had unscrewed and removed the deadbolt to the front door and left them lined up neatly on the front table. We then realized that my front door can only be locked by using a key from the outside, and it had been locked when we arrived, meaning Kyle still had a key. We called a locksmith immediately. Even after changing the locks, I was still terrified to stay there alone afterwards, and never went to sleep at night without barricading the doors with chairs and other furniture. To this day, I still fear for his safety. He was obviously psychologically unstable, but also wonder what could have happened if I hadn't been as lucky as I was. Being a big fan of horror stories and falling asleep to them, or just having them in the background while I do day-to-day things, pushed me and inspired me to share my own story. I am a 15-year-old girl, but at the time this happened, I must have been 8 or 9. I don't really remember. All I know is that it was before I moved to the UK, where I live now. So the story took place in my home country, which I will not name for personal reasons, as it took place long ago. I don't remember the details, so I apologize if it has a few gaps here and there. One night, around midnight, me and my older sisters were going for a walk down the street, just to talk and enjoy ourselves. We come from a religious family, so we weren't drinking or smoking, or any of the sort. We just wanted to chill a bit before going to sleep, as it was summer, and well, we wanted to make the most of it. Like most streets, our street goes onto a bigger one, which in our case was a small motorway. There, some benches were built as it was also a bus stop, and people tend to chill there, but since there was a woman sitting on the bench, we didn't want to disturb her, so we sat down on the opposite side of the street, on the pathway. We were minding our business, talking and laughing pretty loudly, when the woman stood up and started walking towards us. Now, like I said, we were talking pretty loudly, so I just assumed she wanted to tell us to keep it down or something, which is why I didn't think much of it. However, the closer she got, the more I got to see how she looked. Again, I might not remember it correctly, but the way I see it, She had long black hair covering most of her face, and she honestly looked homeless. My first thought was the creepy ghost girl from The Ring because of her hair. As she approached us, I moved away from her, and now that I see it, I guess it might have been rude of me to do that, but I was a young girl, and this image I created in my mind scared me. My sisters looked up at the lady, and she smiled a really creepy smile. I think she sat down next to me and just looked at me for a second before asking how old I was. Being the naive child I was, I told her, receiving a nasty look from my oldest sister, which must have been around 15 years old, and my other sister around 14. The lady smiled at me and said, "Well, isn't that adorable? I have some kids the exact same age as you. Come play with them." Even as a kid, I immediately knew that was creepy. It was midnight, and we were complete strangers. Who just asks a random kid if they want to play with your child? Anyway, I obviously said no, as did my sisters. At that point, we stood up and we were ready to walk back home when she stood up herself, just looking at us. She pointed to her house, and that was the moment I really wanted to cry. She pointed to this house, and I was sure it was abandoned, which I later found out wasn't. But thinking it was, it of course freaked me out. She invited us to go now, and when we refused, she told us to come tomorrow when it's light outside. We still refused, as it's still really weird to invite strangers over to play with your kids, and me not knowing that house was actually occupied by someone, I was extra scared, thinking she could be a serial killer, wanting to lure us in so she can later do whatever she wishes with us. I don't know how 9-year-old me wasn't crying at this point, but I tugged onto my sister's clothes, begging her to just leave. Keep in mind, the whole time we were talking to this woman, she kept a big, creepy smile plastered on her face, as if it was carved in. When we finally had enough, my sister straight up told her no, and we booked it out of there back home. It was dark, and our street had no lights, so you can imagine how scared I was, even with my sisters there. They were faster than me, and I was scared they would leave me behind. It was one of the scariest moments of my life. When I brought this up to my sister a few days ago, she informed me the house wasn't abandoned, which is how I found out. But put yourself in my position. Even if it doesn't sound that scary, it terrified me enough to be popping up in my mind from time to time, even 6 years later. As a child, that must have been the most terrifying experience of my life. The backwoods of North Carolina are full of old, sleeping houses that ought to be torn down. They dream only awful things. I grew up in a very, very small farm town with a population below 150 or so people. I won't name drop the town for obvious reasons, and even if I did, you wouldn't find anything to write home about. There's a caution light in several abandoned buildings, a barely functional gas station that will grossly overcharge you, and that's about it. You go more than half a mile in any direction and you will officially be outside of the city limits, though there are dozens of people who live in these heavily wooded farmlands that call the town home, simply because it's the closest thing in shouting distance. Though, that would be akin to saying that Mars was within shouting distance of Earth. I have had a few experiences in these woods that I cannot fully explain. I can describe them, and I will, but I cannot offer any scientific explanation for them. I know that tales of wendigos and skinwalkers and other natural forest demon spooks are popular, but wendigos are a creature that belong to the tribal legends of tribes centered around the Great Lakes region of the northern United States, Wisconsin and Michigan, and into the eastern coast of Canada. Skinwalkers are exclusively tied to the Navajo religion and Navajo grounds, which are in the deserts of the far west of the United States. Keep that in the back of your mind as you listen to this. I first began to notice the presence when I was around 12 years old. Playing in the woods was really the only pastime I had available to me outside of playing video games, but video games got old rather quickly. I was an only child, and there weren't any other children in the area, so exploring the woods was a good outlet for my imagination. Prior to my first real experience, the spookiest thing in the woods around here would have been a venomous snake. Even then, the snakes we have aren't likely to kill you unless you just seriously neglect the wound or have an allergic reaction. Aside from them, the largest predators we have are coyotes, which are mostly afraid of humans, and the rare cougar that happens to be passing through, which is so infrequent that it isn't worth worrying over. So the first day in question was a normal summer day. I was out hiking, collecting rocks, building forts out of sticks. You know, the standard things a 12-year-old boy does. It was about sundown, and I wasn't quite ready to head home yet, when I noticed something was off. During the summer in North Carolina, the woods are anything but quiet. You have a cacophony of sounds: cicadas, crickets, frogs, birds. There's a whole chorus of wildlife that all wants to be heard. Heck, you may even get the occasional coyote pack howling or bobcat screaming. The point of this is that the woods are far from quiet, and sudden silence in these times is not an accident. But that's precisely what I noticed. All of the noises had stopped. I could hear the wind between the mixture of old growth and pines, and I could hear the distant babbling of a creek. But that was it. This was strange to me, but at the time, I didn't realize what an ill omen it was in and of itself. I actually remember thinking that the water sounded peaceful, and walking deeper into the woods to listen to it better. As I did, though, I began to get this overwhelming sense of foreboding. It wasn't the standard, I feel like I'm being watched. No, I didn't feel any eyes on me, or feel like I was being followed, or any of those standard paranoias. No. This was like, have you ever stayed at a party? You know, you get there at 9, and now it's 2 a.m., and suddenly you realize that you don't know anyone who is still there? You also didn't see this new guy come in, but he's glaring at you, and come to think about it, so was that girl in the kitchen. You've overstayed your welcome, and it's probably time to go. That's exactly what it felt like, even if I lacked the metaphor to express it at the time. The air itself felt heavy. Everything in my mind and body was screaming at me that I needed to leave, that this place was not mine anymore. It had been fine in the morning hours, but now, this was the domain of someone or something else, and I wasn't welcome. I remember feeling as if the trees were warning me, leave or else. So I did. Initially I walked, but by the time the sun had begun its descent and the sky had begun to darken in the twilight, I was jogging. I never broke into a full-on sprint. I don't know why, but I felt showing too much fear was a bad idea. Eventually, I made it back to the road and looked back to the woods. I didn't see anything, but that's when the feeling of being watched set in. I felt that there were eyes just beyond the tree line and out of sight, and they were staring right back at mine. I went home and pushed the experience out of my mind as best as I could. From then on, I made it a point to always be out of the woods by dark. I should note that there were several times after that I wound up in the woods at dusk, but did not have this feeling return. There weren't any special circumstances that seemed to summon it. Just, sometimes, things were fine. Others, I all but sprinted for civilization. I didn't have any more overt experiences, however, until years later. I don't know what the catalyst was, but the activity ramped up dramatically in a year's span. The first experience like this was in October of 2018. And since then, the woods have gone from a home for the occasional unsettling experience to a place of actual danger and terror. I went camping with some college friends of mine during the October in question. In total, there were just 3 of us, and we were mostly roughing it. We had a tent, but we chopped our own firewood and all of that jazz. We camped pretty deep in the woods. It was dark by the time we were fully set up and had finished cooking. We ate, and then we proceeded to get very drunk. I don't know how much we actually drank, as we were just sipping out of a handle of vodka and passing it around the campfire as we talked about everything from ghost stories to the more tangible fears in our lives, such as our dating lives and the prospect of post-graduation plans. This went on well into the night, with the stories growing more nonsensical and the laughter growing louder as the bottle grew lighter. By 1:30 a.m. or so, it had grown deathly cold. I decided that was a night for me, and that I was going to get into my sleeping bag. The other 2 weren't ready to sleep yet, and one of my friends, we'll call him Frank, decided he wanted to smoke a cigarette. Meanwhile, the other friend, we'll call him Tim, decided that this was a good time for him to go climb a large rock about 70 or so yards away from the tent. Frank begrudgingly goes to supervise him while he finishes off his cigarette. So they're both a good 70, maybe 80 yards away from the tent. I am now in my sleeping bag and trying to fall asleep, and I can hear them laughing and talking, and it's obviously far away. It's right at this time that something heavy slams into the side of the tent, like heavy enough that I'm surprised the tent didn't collapse. I didn't move. I was drunk, but not so drunk as to not realize that whatever was out there didn't stop by to borrow a cup of sugar. That sense of dread filled me at once, and even though I had my shotgun with me, I couldn't bring myself to reach for it. I felt staying still was a safer approach. I heard something breathing. It wasn't a human breathing, though. This was loud and weirdly wet sounding. It wasn't sniffing or anything like that. Just deeply breathing. This only went on for a total of fewer than 10 seconds, and all at once, it was gone. No footsteps, no banging on the tent, no gradual decline in breathing. Nothing. It was gone, and Frank and Tim had never seen that it was there, let alone what it might have been. It's honestly probably best that they didn't. They stayed up a while longer before turning in. I woke up first and stepped out to see if there were any footprints. There weren't, but there was something more ominous. The entire clearing that we were camping in now had, scattered throughout the grass and early morning frost, circles of bone. Not large bones, no, but crushed up and arranged bones of small creatures, like a rabbit or a small bird maybe. I would assume we were in a predator's hunting ground, save for the fact that the bones were neatly arranged in circles, all of them same sizes and with equal spacing. I woke Tim and Frank up. We packed up and left immediately. This last experience is the most recent and the most intense. There was a meteor shower not too long ago, and I returned to the clearing where my friends and I went camping to observe it, as there is very little light pollution at it. It was stellar, and I loved but I wasn't out there long when my dog, who I brought with me, started acting strange. He had pinned his hair back while lying down and was now staring very intently at the tree line. He wasn't barking or growling. He was silent and just watching. It was strange, but I assumed he had caught wind of a deer or other prey animal, and he was on the hunt. After a moment, a nearby coyote howled. I felt a wave of relief as my dog's behavior was beginning to make me uneasy. He was just tense because of the coyote, and it would pass. There was something wrong, though. First, coyotes hunt in packs. It's extremely uncommon for a solo coyote to hunt and howl like this. Second, My dog had begun to whimper now, and was shying back to the edge of the truck as though he were afraid, and the coyote was drawing closer, it seemed. My brain began connecting a lot of dots. The woods were silent. That feeling had returned. I was in the same spot as the last encounter, and then I registered the sound of branches breaking. Coyotes are not heavy enough to do that, I thought, and the second I did, as though whatever was out there had waited for me to realize it, the coyote stopped pretending to be one, or at least, I don't know. It stopped howling. It then erupted into the most horrible sound I have ever heard. The coyote was laughing. It wasn't a hyena sort of laugh, though. It was this garbled, mangled mess of sound that sounded like an animal trying and doing a piss-poor job to impersonate the cadence of human laughter. And it was on this recording track where after every fourth laugh, it seemed to loop. It was rapidly growing louder over the sound of breaking branches. I frantically jumped up, grabbed my dog, and fumbled for my truck keys to get out of there. As I tried to get my keys and get my door open, the laugh stopped, only for this guttural and deep scream to resound from the forest. I say deep to emphasize that it wasn't a bobcat or fox. They have high-pitched sounds. This was very low. It had the same pitch as, say, a roar, but it was in that same horribly botched nonsense that the laugh was in. Of course, the laughter resumed immediately, but as I got in my truck and turned the lights on, dead silence. In a moment of stupid bravado and curiosity, I turned my truck towards the tree line before I left to shine my headlights and see if I saw anything. Between the trees, I saw what seemed to be a man. He was of average height and wearing a white t-shirt, and I assume blue jeans, though I could not see a face or arms or anything of that nature, just his silhouette and his clothes. In hindsight, I think he was only a silhouette. Maybe. I blinked, and he was gone. That's my story. I don't know what is in the backwoods of North Carolina, and I don't want to know, and it's probably best you don't try to find out. It doesn't seem too welcoming to strangers. Everything started with me and a couple of my buddies hanging out at my place. For the sake of this story, I will name my two friends Michael and Lucas. Basically, everyone got pretty much wasted from drinking too much cheap bourbon Michael had brought with him. It was around 2 a.m. when Lucas, still a bit drunk, suggested we should go and explore the abandoned insane asylum. For context, we all live together in the same small town. There is not much going on there, but when you drive about 15 miles on empty back roads, you should come across the old mental hospital, which has been vegetating ever since it was abandoned in the 1960s, due to unknown reasons. Back to the story. So since there was really nothing better to do, we all agreed to make the drive. We grabbed our backpacks, some water, 3 flashlights, and a big hunting knife for protection. Lucas also brought a couple of graffiti cans for obvious reasons. Yeah, he was into that stuff at the time. The drive was relatively unspectacular, with the exception that Michael almost ran over a rattlesnake laying in the middle of the road. When we arrived, the sight of this huge asylum just standing there for all these years made me feel a little uneasy. But my doubts quickly evaporated as Michael and Lucas were already going around the place looking for an entrance. We finally found a window that was not completely boarded up with beams, and then crawled headfirst through the small opening. I quickly got on my feet and let my eyes get adjusted to the darkness that completely surrounded us. We powered up our flashlights and began wandering through the corridors with rooms on either sides. The walls were pretty much all covered in graffiti. so Lucas suggested that we should look out for a basement entrance with the intention of finding a free spot for his graffiti. After a 30-minute search, we finally found the basement entrance. The stairs were rusty and creaked with every step. The whole basement smelled terrible. Lucas quickly disappeared down a long hallway with rooms on either sides, Michael and I keeping pace behind him. As we wandered off further into the dark hallway, which our cheap flashlights only poorly lit, the terrible smell grew worse. I can only describe it as a mixture of vomit and rotten eggs. What struck me as odd was that all the walls were pretty much clean. Unlike the site of the first floor, it almost seemed like nobody has ever made it all the way to explore the basement level. Everything was going relatively smooth up until the point when Lucas started making much noise by shaking his graffiti cans in order to prepare them for his act of vandalism. So he started spray painting one of the nearby walls. Michael and I just watched him do his thing. When he finally finished his piece, the smell of aerosol in the air almost drowned out that horrible stink that was still in the air. As we made our way down the hallway, I could tell that the smell came from a small room further down to the left of us. At this point, we were all pretty much freaking out of what we would find in that room. I had the hunting knife tight in my hand as I approached the room and shined my flashlight inside. The light beam hit, and I kid you not, a circle of burned out candles, and in the center of the candles was a dark object hanging from the ceiling. At this point, I had to vomit because of the smell coming from this room. Michael was the bravest one of us as he stumbled into this room, grabbing a metal bar from the pile of junk next to him, poking the object with it. As right then, we realized the amount of dark brownish stains on the floor under it. We all quickly sobered up due to the situation as we heard several voices and fast approaching footsteps from across the other hallway. I never ran that fast in my entire life. It's really amazing what adrenaline can affect. We finally reached the set of stairs and sprinted through the floor. As we finally reached the window we had entered from, Michael also vomited onto the floor. Lucas then realized that he had left his backpack full of his stuff in the basement, as he didn't have enough time to pick it up. We sprinted out front and got into my car and hightailed it out of there. As much as I know, we only have suggestions of what we saw in that basement. Maybe there was some kind of satanic ritual taking place, or we just stumbled across a murder scene. We haven't told anybody this story. In fact, Lucas told me that he had not had a good night of sleep since that day, knowing he left his wallet in his backpack there, keeping all his personal information, including his home address. This event took place in late November 2018. My parents were out of town for a few nights, while I remained home alone. I won't lie, it was all I could have asked for. Watching movies until sunrise, going to the kitchen at any time in the night, and so on and so forth. On the last night of my time being home alone, I decided to practice my drawing skills while listening to music. While drawing, the idea of forgetting to close one of my kitchen windows would just not leave my mind. Therefore, I decided to leave my bedroom and check the kitchen. As soon as I set foot out of the room, my eyes met with those of an old lady looking directly at me through one of my hallway windows. Her facial features were barely visible, but I could somehow see her wrinkly face. I wasn't afraid that anything bad was going to happen. I was just extremely disturbed by the fact that a random old woman was looking at me through my window late at night. I ran swiftly to the kitchen, opened the window, and asked her if she needed any help. She did not respond or move. She simply stood there. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't let her stay outside of my house the entire night. As soon as I opened the door, She slowly moved towards the front gate and left. To this day, I have no idea who she was, why she was on my property, and why she was standing outside my house, staring at me through my window. I was about 7 years old, my brother about 10. It was well past our bedtime when our mom woke up off the couch to put us to bed. Our dad worked construction out of town back then, so it was often just us three at the house for weeks at a time. Up the stairs and to the immediate right was our parents' bedroom. Going left put you in the middle of a hallway. Taking another left down that hallway led to my brother's room. The opposite end was a room which was also across the hall from our upstairs bathroom. At either end of the hallway are windowed doors we always kept locked and rarely used. The door on my end led to a balcony overlooking our front yard, and the door on my brother's end opened to our back porch. My brother and mom both had a habit of waking up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I only knew this because I was always a light sleeper, and they just couldn't help flushing with the door wide open. This night, however, my brother stopped on his way to his room and came back towards the bathroom. I'm gonna try to pee before I go to bed. The past few nights I've been too afraid to walk to the bathroom. I keep seeing a man wearing stripes at the end of the hallway. I don't know if my mom wrote it off as my brother telling ghost stories to try to scare me, or if she was already half asleep and didn't catch it, but she didn't react at all to my brother's confession. I, on the other hand, was terrified by it. The fear of seeing a ghost like that at the end of the hallway or through the windows is the reason I started running from the stairs to my bedroom at night. Years later, when I was about 18, my mom and I were having a conversation in her car about a dog that we had for a very short time when I was little. We were sharing stories about Max's tendency towards destroying my shoes and other unruly behaviors when my mom blurted out, "Do you remember that time I opened the front door for the cops and Max ran inside the kitchen and started tearing open that big bag of dog food we had?" This really caught me by surprise because in all the years I lived in that house, we never once called the cops. I asked her what she was talking about and she looked equally surprised, as if she had just revealed something by accident. "Oh, that's right. I never told you because you were too young at the time. One night I woke up hearing noises outside my window, and when I looked, I saw a man staring into my bedroom." She went on to describe how turning on the lights caused him to take off running, and how she called the cops right after. I can't remember all the details I gave them when they showed up. Tall male, wearing a striped shirt and jeans, short dark hair, something like that. They said that it matched the description of a man they were looking for in the area. It turns out he had escaped from jail on a murder charge. Now, I know it sounds so obvious hearing those two stories back to back, but it wasn't until a few years ago, in my mid-20s, that I pieced together that my brother had unknowingly warned us about a murderer who spent multiple nights casing our home. One night, I was staying at a friend's house. He had a relatively large house. His parents weren't home, so there were no cars in the driveway. The house was designed where the garage had a door that entered into the kitchen. He had movement sensor lights in front of his garage. That night, we forgot to close the large garage door, and we were too afraid to go close it because we thought it might wake his older brother, who worked in the morning. We were all chilling in his sunroom, talking about football or girls or whatever. This is at about 1 a.m. Suddenly, we see his lights flick on outside. We remember that the garage door is open and the door coming into the kitchen was unlocked. I sprang up and bolted towards the door. As I turned the lock, I could see and hear the doorknob jiggling. I tell the other, and we all grabbed knives from the kitchen. We then go into his living room, waiting to see if anything else happens. We see flashlights in the backyard hit the glass in the sunroom. We all ducked down to try to avoid being seen. As soon as the flashlights go off, we hear a man groaning outside his window. We pulled back the blinds to take a peek, and we see this man's face pressed up against the glass. He had yellow, missing teeth. We immediately called the police, and when they came, they found nothing. I never spent another night there again. This happened to my best friend's parents. They told me this story about 15 years ago, and still tell it exactly the same to this day. They both swear it's true, and will take this to the grave, so it is either the best kept secret, or it is true. The year was 1969. His parents, let's call them Mark and Sarah, lived in Martinez, a small town about 25 miles east of San Francisco. If you recall, this was prime time for the Zodiac killer. At this point, they say that the Zodiac had already committed a murder in Benicia, which is about 10 miles from Martinez, and a murder in Vallejo, which is about 15 miles from Martinez. So for the story, Mark and Sarah decided to drive up to a local makeout spot one night during a full moon. This spot is located at the top of a hill, approximately 1 mile up from the main road. Back then, and even now, at the top is a huge oak tree with a roundabout going around the oak tree. The one road is the only way in and out via car. Everything else is just open space, trees and brush. On this night, they notice a car parked on the other side of the road next to a hiking trail close to the top. They look at each other, noting how out of place it seemed, but carried on. Typically, there are a few cars up there, but never super crowded. When they got to the top, they were one of only 2 cars. They proceed to pull around the roundabout and park a good distance behind the other car as to not interrupt. As they tell the story, they simply are hanging out and talking for a while, enjoying the fresh air, what have you. After a while, the other car leaves, and they decide to take things into the car and start making out. You know how sometimes you get this sensation that you are being watched? You get this general feeling of uneasiness, and the hairs on your arms and back of your neck stand up? That is how Sarah describes she began to feel. She tells Mark she wants to go, and that she is scared. He reassures her everything is fine. They start to fool around some more. She then says that she notices something moving in the bushes behind the cattle gate. He assures her that it is nothing, or just some animal scurrying about. She gives in, and they again begin to fool around. She stops him again, and says there is something out there behind the gate. Mark turns and notices what appears to be a man standing and pacing behind the cattle gate, which is probably 40 to 50 yards away from them. He tries calming Sarah down some more, who is now visibly shaken. He tells her not to worry, and that it is probably a person walking back to the car they saw on the side of the road, by the hiking trail. She calms down, and they continue to talk and hang out. At this point, Mark himself is a bit leery of this person, so he starts to track his movement. At one point, he notices the person is gone. He figures he hiked away. All of a sudden, Sarah screams, "Mark, look!" Mark turns around and sees a man standing next to the oak tree, wearing a long coat and a round top hat. Mark turns the car on, and as he turns it over, the man begins running towards the car. The man reaches the car just as it begins to move, opens the passenger side door, and grabs Sarah. Luckily, she was wearing her seatbelt, and the man was unable to pull her out of the car. Mark continues to drive down the road as fast as possible. When they get home, they tell Sarah's parents about the ordeal, but they blow them off as kids telling stories. To this day, they maintain that the Zodiac killer had almost gotten them. They say that only a couple months after their ordeal, a couple was attacked on the shores of Lake Berryessa, which is about 50 miles north of Martinez. I still remain a bit skeptical, but the fact that 3 confirmed Zodiac killings happened within a 50-mile radius of Martinez, and they will take that story to the grave with them, makes me think they are telling the truth, and the person that they came into contact with that night might have actually been the Zodiac Killer. This is truly the scariest, most horrible thing that has ever happened to me. I have never been so petrified in my life. To this day, I still do not know who this man was, what he was trying to do, or if he still is where I saw him. I'm sorry for how long the geographical description is. I just want everyone to understand how secluded I was when this happened, and how badly it could have ended if it wasn't for my parents. I was back home for the summer for the first time in a year after starting university. Our home was, and still is, just outside of a small town with forests all around. There was also a small man-made lake, which was diverged from a river that ran for miles through the forest and ramified into a few streams east of the lake. Near my home, there was a small grassy path that led to the river following a stream. It was a long walk, but one I used to go on often as a child. I knew the forests there well. I knew where I could cut through dense trees to meet the stream. The walk I would go on always led me off the path, which turned northwest slowly, so away from the stream, and then took a sharp turn to the west after a few miles' walk, at which point the stream was hidden quite deep into the forest. I'd continue to walk north and follow the stream through the forest to get to the river, then follow the river west to get to the lake. It's easy to get lost in this forest because the terrain isn't just a slope down to the water. It goes up and down, and you end up completely surrounded by trees. I had spent many days wandering around there alone or with my dad over the span of 18 years. Never saw anybody else in the forest. I went there twice that summer, both times alone-ish. The first time I left in the morning, I walked along the path away from the stream to the sharp bend, then cut back into the forest. I reached the stream after an hour or so. As I was running my hands in the water, I heard a bell from far away, coming from the north. Something was making a bell ring fervently and periodically, which I found strange. I listened well, wondering if it was a lost hunting dog, and started moving towards the sound. I realized it couldn't have been an animal. I could tell the bell was too heavy because of how clear the sound was to be on a collar. I kept moving and the bell was moving away from me. It stopped completely after 5 minutes. The stream wasn't big enough or strong enough to carry a bell that could have been enclosed in a tin or something, and the river was too far. Still, I thought of everything, but nothing explained the sound, apart from one obvious thing, which I just didn't feel comfortable with for some reason. I knew it had to have been a person. I stopped thinking about it and just walked on normally, until I found a badger, a dead one. The sound of the bell had been following the stream, and so had I. So, the badger was put there while I was walking that way. I suppose. I don't know, really. Nothing else happened that day. 1 week later, I went back for the second time that summer, and the last time ever. I left home at around 6 p.m. I made it to the stream and then walked to the river in an hour, then decided to go back the way I came because it was getting late and it was raining quite heavily. The sun set at around 9 p.m. I was walking as fast as I could. The sound of the rain in the trees was surreal and loud. I was somewhat trotting with my head down for a while, through the clearest and most open part of the forest, when I bumped into something heavy. The smell was sickly. It was the decomposing body of the badger, just swinging from a tree. I started gagging. At first, I just stared at it, slightly gobsmacked Then, I started fidgeting violently. I was soaking from the rain. My senses became confused. It felt like a bucket of ice-cold water had been thrown over me when I realized that I had walked the same way to get to the river. So someone had strung up the body after I had passed it on the way there. Someone knew I would see it. So, was someone watching me and running around the forest? Were the faint sounds of branches breaking around me not animals? I looked around and started jogging. I was half running, half walking away from the stream, back towards the path for a while, when I heard the bell again. I proceeded to call my dad while running. I told him to meet me on the path where it sharply turns west. It was the closest part of the path to me, and to go as fast as he could, because someone was in the forest with me. I can't explain the feeling I had. It was like I just crapped out my intestines and stomach. I literally felt the hairs on my neck raise, despite being soaked. It was dark. I jogged as fast as I could. I was panicking because the path was still a bit far away, just too far to feel safe. It was still raining. Every single sound was muffled. I felt like everything was further away than ever before. The bell went on for a way longer than the last time, on and off. I felt like it was surrounding me at one point. The fear combined with my compromised hearing and the fact that I couldn't flipping breathe properly was making me slightly lose my sense of direction. I was automatically heading southwest, but I wasn't really sure what I was even doing. I was breathing like a horse, coughing my lungs up, kind of crying out loud, like a toddler does, tripping over leaves and twigs like an idiot. I stayed on the phone with my mom, who was on her way with my dad. I kept hearing sounds, but I wasn't sure what they were. My mom was screaming on the phone at the same time that they were on the path, that I needed to run, that my dad had gotten out and was heading east from the path bend. I was terrified, so I went into survival mode. I was doing the half-running, half-speed walking thing again, because I was out of breath. Then, I heard branches break. Clear footsteps for the first time from down in the forest, and the bell ringing louder. I didn't want to, but I looked over my shoulder. That's when I saw what was in the forest with me. A tall figure creeping in my direction at the very end of the clearing, ringing this bell slowly in front of his stomach. I could tell he was staring straight at me. Now I don't know if I had a hidden secret sprinting ability or instinctual adrenaline-induced superhuman powers, but when I tell you I ran for my life, I didn't look back once. I screamed as much as I could. I lied. "I'm on the phone with the police. They are on the path. Dad, I can see you. I'm here." I wanted to yell, "Dad, please, where are you?" But I kept that to myself. I felt like something awful was going to happen. I felt like the man was right behind me. I kept telling myself not to look back. I was gasping and wheezing, crying so hard, and screaming for my dad. I felt shivers on my neck. And then, switched off. I just ran. I even dropped my bag, and only realized I didn't have it anymore when I was in the car. I felt like my phone was my only way home. Things no longer felt real. It was like my legs were moving by themselves. I didn't know if the man was still following me. I could only hear my heart beating in my ears and the bell. I finally heard my dad shout my name, and I knew he was coming my way, and that he could see me because of the intonation of his voice. I pretty much lunged myself at him when we got to it. My dad heard the bell too. My mom could hear it on the phone. She was waiting with the car ready to leave, fast. We went directly to the police station, and I got medical attention soon after. My dad burst into tears in the car, said he could hear the bell, and thought he wouldn't be able to see me. Asked what if I didn't have my phone? What if he hadn't picked me up? They were almost as terrified as me, because they witnessed everything through the call. They could hear me trying to run, and they could hear the danger. They just couldn't see it. The police couldn't really do much. They searched the area, and the only thing they found was a folded t-shirt placed under a rock. I didn't really question that at the time, and my bag was not recovered. They said it was probably some homeless man living in the forest, but failed to realize what could have happened if my dad didn't know that part of the forest like I did and where to find me. I'm not blaming anyone. The entire thing was my fault. There are just so many what-ifs. I want to believe it was just someone who decided to live in the woods and hunt or something. Maybe they were a bit mentally unstable and they felt angry that I came into their territory. But what if it was more insidious? The way he moved towards me was abnormal. It was perverse because of how slowly he was ringing the bell. It's like he had me trapped. I didn't see any more detail. I just ran. To this day, I can't go anywhere where I'll be alone, and the sound of bells is a real problem. The smell of moss as well. Anyway, my parents and Steve Jobs saved my life. So go hug yours now, and take badgers and bells as pagan signs that you are unwelcome. So, I have worked in the oil and gas industry on and off for a while. I have spent a lot of time out doing work on wells out in the middle of nowhere in eastern Ohio, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania. A company I worked for when I was younger had a contract with Chesapeake, which did a ton of work around here, and my job entailed me basically just going to finished well sites and checking on them. Easy job, by the way. Slept a lot in the middle of nowhere and got paid. I currently work for one of the largest oil and gas companies in the world, and have worked for plenty of smaller companies too. So I have seen and experienced some weird, freaky things. This is not paranormal. The first pad I ever went to had been finished for months, and was basically just becoming overgrown. It was in the middle of nowhere, West Virginia, way back in the woods. I went there for 3 weeks, all midnight shift, which was 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. While I was out there, miles from nowhere, with just cows and some horses, I was doing my job when the single light plant out there shut off. The generator that the light plant was attached to had died. That alone scared me, because that was my only source of light. It was instantly pitch black. I pulled out my flashlight and walked over to the generator. While I was walking towards the generator to try and restart it, I started hearing some noises on the other side of the little cow fence on the border of the pad and the grass. I stopped in my tracks, because unless a cow got out there, shouldn't be anything around. I listened for about 15 seconds to see if I could hear anything, and nothing. So I continued walking, and when I got close to the generator, I heard more rustling just beyond the generator. I walked up to the fence line and shined my light, looking for eye reflections, and couldn't see anything. That's when I heard the gravel behind me shuffle around. I spun around as quickly as I could, ready to use my mag light as a weapon, because I am not going down without a fight. It was a coyote about 15 feet behind me, staring at me, and I just stared at it. Neither of us moved, and I knew I should be able to scare it off easily because of my size and how loud I am. Then I heard some noises behind me, and I spun around again. There were 5 more coyotes on my side of the little cow fence. I knew then they were going to circle me and try to take me down. I kicked the gravel at them as quickly as I could, spun back around, ran a few feet towards the single coyote and tried to kick rocks at that one, and accidentally flung my boot off, and a 1 in a million shot actually hit it. I slipped and hit the ground. I got up as quickly as I could and pointed the light around, and couldn't see any of the coyotes. I hobbled over to my boot and then tried to run back to my truck. I jumped in, flipped the headlights on, and there were all 6 coyotes just standing there, staring at me. I laid on the horn and floored it with the intention of trying to run them over. I missed, and they ended up jumping through the fence, taking off into the field. I ended up parking directly next to the generator, found that it ran out of gas. I filled the generator up, got it started again, and finished doing my work. I could hear the coyotes howling and making all their noises in the field for a couple more hours. Those damn coyotes stalked me 3 or 4 nights a week for the next 3 weeks I was out there. They never did cross the cow fence again. This happened to me during my junior year of college. For context, I am a 22-year-old female. I was driving from my hometown in the Chicago suburbs to University of Missouri, which is about a 6-hour drive. I made the drive about every 4 to 6 weeks to see my family and my long-distance boyfriend. There are 2 main ways to take to the town my university is in. Stay on the interstate system through central Illinois and St. Louis, or branch out to back roads after Springfield, Illinois, until picking the interstate back up about 30 minutes from my college. I usually take the back roads, simply because it kept me awake with the constant speed limit changes in occasional towns. But this particular time, I took the interstate system because there was a high potential for winter weather. I was minding my own business, listening to one true crime podcast episode after another, when about an hour from my exit, traffic came to a standstill. Great, I thought. It was already way beyond dark at that point. It was also a Sunday night, and I just wanted to get home and catch a decent night's sleep before my Monday classes. After a while, emergency vehicles flew past the traffic on the shoulder, indicating that there must be an accident up ahead. After what felt like forever, traffic slowly started crawling again, and eventually started moving a little as we all passed the accident. This is when it started. I will admit, I like to drive fast on the interstate, especially on this particular drive. What college kid doesn't? I was in the right lane with a decent amount of space between me and the car in front of me. That is when I noticed someone right on my bumper. Seriously? I muttered aloud. Traffic was no longer super heavy, and the person could easily pass me in the left lane. Suddenly, the car began flashing their brights at me and honking. I was extremely confused. I turned off my podcast and kept a close eye on my rear view. The person continued to flash their brights, half blinding me in the darkness through my mirrors. Jerk, I said, flooring it into the left lane. I maneuvered in and out of a few cars, attempting to get away from whatever issue this person had. Except they followed my every move. Being a 21-year-old female, I began to get a sick feeling in my stomach. I had listened to enough true crime and general horror stories to be just the right amount of paranoid. The car continued to follow me, flashing its lights and barely letting themselves ever get more than a few cars behind, or behind and beside me. I finally took the exit to my university. I looked back and the car had followed. It seemed as though the person was trying to get me to pull over. Is there something wrong with my car that I can't see? I wondered silently. Even if there was no way I was pulling over on the side of an interstate in the middle of a dark, rainy night. That is exactly how urban legends or teenage slasher movies start. At this point, I had no idea what to do. Looking back, I really should have driven straight to the local police station, but I was too flustered and scared to think straight. I tried to think back on the last hour or so of my drive. Did I cut anyone off? I didn't think so. I didn't think I had done anything to make any drivers around me this upset. I am a relatively good driver and tend to mind my own business on the road, not engaging in road rage or anything stupid like that. I stupidly began driving to my apartment. The car continued to follow, still flashing their lights every so often, but no longer honking. They continued to stay glued to my bumper. I began to panic. What if they followed me all the way home? What should I do? Call the police and send them on a wild goose chase to look for me in this car as I'm driving around town? As I approached another small exit off the local highway, onto a smaller street that ran past campus and toward my apartment, I had an idea. As I got closer to the exit, I did not get into the far right lane to turn off. At the very last second, I jerked the wheel and careened across the gravel shoulder so close to the grass that I barely missed driving off the road. As I gunned it down the exit ramp, I glanced up at the overpass. The car had screeched to a halt and was honking its horn maniacally. I cried the rest of the way home, calling my boyfriend and explaining what had just happened. I never got a good enough look at the car to get a license plate number, or really even a good description of the vehicle, so I never reported the incident to police. To this day, I have no idea what exactly it was that happened that night. My best guess is that whoever this person was, they saw me when we were all stopped on the interstate, waiting for the emergency vehicles to clear the scene. It's very clear from the stickers I have on my car, one of my university's name, and one that said, Dog Mom, that I was likely a college-aged female. All this person had to do was end up next to me, see that I was a female driving alone on the interstate in the middle of the night, and have just the wrong intentions. I live in the country and usually love it. I'm a big Pokemon fan and have been for a long time. Last summer I was playing a lot of Pokemon Go. For those who don't know what that is, it is a mobile game that requires you to walk in the real world to catch Pokemon. Post offices and town offices are usually places where you can get new items. Well, I had been busy one day and didn't get a chance to get out and play. It was dark before I had a chance. I decided to go ahead and go for a little walk. It is about a mile round trip to the post office. I've done it before and felt pretty safe about doing it again. It's a very safe neighborhood. I grabbed my phone and headed out. It's a heavily wooded area with a few houses and fields. I had just passed a neighbor's house when I heard it. There was a shuffling in the woods near me. I quickly got on the other side of the street. Deer are pretty common here, and I didn't want one to jump out and run into me. I expected a deer to run out and cross the road, but none came, and the noise got louder. I raised my phone up to see if I could use the light to see what it was. The light was far too weak to light anything up. I started walking quicker. I thought it would just go away. I reached my neighbor's house that has rather overgrown fields. I could see the tops of the grass move as whatever or whoever it was moved through it, but I still couldn't see who or what it was. Whatever it was stopped making noise. I reached the post office and checked into my game. Playing helped me relax, and I forgot about what had scared me. Then, I turned and headed home. As I passed my neighbor's house with the long grass, I heard the movement again. It had waited there for me. Mind you, I was at the post office like 20 minutes because I had a lot to do on my game. As I walked along, I kept my eyes on my feet and didn't dare look into the woods. It was clear whatever was there wasn't going to hurt me. It would have done so already. I didn't want to risk seeing it. I was terrified. I could hear it crashing around in the woods. I thought about calling my husband to come get me, but part of me was scared of making a noise. What if my silence was the only thing that had kept this thing from attacking me? Finally, I reached a neighbor's house that had a big open yard. Whatever or whoever was following me stopped making noise. It seemed like they were going away. I quickly rushed the short distance home and was shaking. I don't know what it was that followed me, and part of me doesn't want to ever know. My husband thinks it was just a curious bear or coyote. That doesn't really make me feel any better. About 15 years ago, when I was 22-ish, my best girl and I went out to the bars 3 to 4 plus nights a week, and generally met some interesting people and made new friends. There were a few bars that we hit up more than others, and one in particular where we knew the bartender manager pretty well. We went the week of Halloween, and each night, their staff would dress up in a different costume. This is where we came across Ron. He was bouncing at this bar, and didn't even catch my eye in the slightest, as I gave him my ID to get in. My girl and I hung out, drank and danced, met some people, then headed up to the bar to chat with our friend. He asked me what I thought about Ron. I had no idea who he meant, and he gestured to the bouncer, to which I was like, meh. He was older looking, very muscular. I was 22-ish, dressed in black and skulls and platforms. Didn't seem my type on the outside, but bartender friend vouched for him, said he was a really cool guy. He asked if he could give Ron my phone number, and I figured it would be okay. I hear from him the next day, and he wants to hang out. At the time, I lived with my uncle and aunt, so he invited me to meet at his place, and we would just go casually hang out somewhere. Simple middle of the day chill. I get there, and his apartment door is wide open, and his much better looking, married, and close to my age best friend is there. He seems nice enough, and I didn't feel unsafe as they left the door wide open, and again, my bartender friend had vouched for him. He mentions he needs to grab a few office supplies, so the three of us pile in his crappy car and head to an office supply store. We go in, and as we walk in, a pretty girl walks by, and he does the head thing and completely stares at her, like the obvious follow her with his head thing. We aren't together, but I found it to be very rude. So later in the car, I mention it. I tell him, hey look, I know we're just hanging out, but don't disrespect me like that. Everyone looks, but be less obvious, and don't make me look like an idiot in public. He laughs and tells me that it's hot that I stood up for myself, especially on our first hangout. Okay. We get back to his place, and as we walk inside, he says, I like that. You're gonna have a ring on your finger by December. Remember, we met Halloween week. So anyway, his friend leaves. We get takeout and hang and drink and just talk. Turns out, he is from the same tiny town that my parents are from, which is 6 hours south of us. He is a Desert Storm veteran, which made him more than 20 years older than me, and was back in school to finish his degree, worked full-time during the week, and bounced at night and on weekends. Seemed decent. He asks about my tattoos. I have a lot, and we talk about my love of horror and fascination with true crime and serial killers. He seems interested, but says he doesn't know much about them, so I tell him I'll lend him my encyclopedia of serial killers, so it can be like a crash course for him. Maybe a week later, we hang out again, and I bring him the book. We hang multiple times. I even sleep there a few times. One day we were hanging out and day drinking heavily. He says something to me that felt very much like he was getting way too comfortable, too fast. Like telling me to do something. I told him not to speak to me that way and turned to walk away when my head jerked back. He had grabbed my hair at the base of my neck. I grabbed his hand and he tried to laugh it off and apologize, saying he didn't mean to be that rough and tried to act like it was some sort of foreplay, but I cut that off real quick. I wanted to leave, but was already very buzzed, so I just sat, and he said he was going to do some work. I thought I would just let the buzz wear off, head home, and never talk to this guy again. While I'm sitting, and he's working, he suddenly decides to tell me in graphic detail about his favorite serial killer in the book, so far, and why. I think the way he is talking about it seems off, but again, I'm just waiting out my buzz. He starts working on a sociology assignment that is studying urban legends, and he plays videos with horrible, creepy content, and it's creeping me out. I realized later that I felt that way because I didn't feel safe with him. I ask him to wait until I'm gone to play it out loud, or put on headphones, and he laughs at me, Tells me he can't believe I'm such a poser. Tells me, you have all these tattoos and skulls and really you're scared? You look all goth and punk rock, but you're terrified. He laughs this scary laugh, and he is really enjoying that this creeps me out. I don't want to drive even mildly buzzed. I tell him that his reaction is really scaring me, and he loves it. His face gets completely serious, and he suddenly tells me that he has a machete under his mattress. I look and see the handle barely sticking out. He tells me he could make me disappear, and nobody would ever find my body. In that moment, my adrenaline hit. I grabbed my bag and ran to my car. He sort of slowly lumbered behind me, laughing and telling me not to leave. I am stone cold sober at this point, because of the adrenaline, I guess, and start my car. Take off about 2 minutes down the road, by the mall, and just park and slow my breathing down. I call my girl and just unload. For the next week, he texts and calls me over and over, switching between begging me to give him another chance and berating me, calling me a poser and a fake. I tell our bartender friend, and he can't believe that Ron did all of those things. He only works with him a few more times, and they don't talk. Ron set his sights on someone new, another chick in her early 20s. Her family owns the Vietnamese restaurant in the same strip as the bar. The bartender tells us Ron had just started seeing her, and she ended up pregnant immediately. I asked bartender to warn her or give her my number, but he never saw her again. I hope and pray that she didn't get stuck with Ron, and every time I'm in that area, I pray that I don't run into him again. He can keep the encyclopedia. I just hope he hasn't picked up any tips from it. This happened to my older sister when she was at College Town in San Diego. My sister and her friend were playing tennis off campus one night, and her friend decided to bail early to go home. My sister decided to stay a bit longer for whatever reason. She packs up and starts walking back to her car in the parking garage while chatting on the phone with her then boyfriend, now husband, Justin. As she reaches her car in the garage, she notices that she has a flat tire. Kind of odd, considering it was fine a couple hours ago. But nonetheless, she's not too concerned. Justin offers to hop in the car and make the 10-minute drive to come help her repair it. As she sits waiting for Justin to show up, a man appears seemingly out of nowhere. She doesn't notice where he came from, just noticed him kind of being there, all of a sudden. She described him as a younger guy, well-dressed and well-groomed. They strike up a conversation, and after a couple of minutes, he asks if she needs any help fixing the flat. She politely declines and mentions that her boyfriend is on his way to fix it. The guy says he really wouldn't mind helping her out, and that it wouldn't take long at all. Seeing as how it was late, and she wanted to go home, she gave in. As they begin to walk to the trunk of the car to get out the spare tire and tools, Justin pulls around the corner in his truck. After Justin gets out and talks to my sister for a second, they notice that the guy is walking down the closest stairwell in a pretty quick hurry. They don't think much of it at the time and go to the trunk to get the tools and tire. When they get to the trunk, they notice that it is not latched closed. They open the trunk, and inside, they find multiple ropes, a roll of duct tape, and some zip ties, none of which belonged to my sister. Justin immediately calls the police and starts looking for the guy. Police showed up talking to my sister, but never found the guy. I still get chills when walking through parking garages late at night. So back in junior high, I was on the volleyball team. I live in a very rural community. Every year the school would do a little fundraiser for all the sports teams at this tiny park. It had a couple makeshift booths, kitchen area, and stage. Each team would come up with a game, and the players would take turns running that booth. In those days, I was attached at the hip to one friend in particular, who I'm still close with. I shall name her Chris. Both of us played sports and attended this event together. Her mom dropped us off at the park and was to pick us up after the event was over so we could help with cleanup. Both our working shifts were early, so we had a lot of downtime. We danced the night away, and right before the event was over, we decided to play football with some of our friends. This park is basically a bunch of fields and trees, separating the different field segments. There is a parking lot when you first enter the park, where everyone was parking that night. Directly in front of the parking lot is the location for all the booths. This whole setup is on the top of a big hill, and at the bottom of this hill is where we played football because we had just enough lights from the booth area to see. On with the story. I was picked as a sitter for the first game. I get bored easily and noticed my dad's first cousin was walking around the parking lot. He is on the rescue squad and was basically patrolling it. Now, this man isn't someone I have seen often in my life, but enough that I know who he is, and he knows me. Right before this event, my parents went through a divorce. This man and his wife picked up some furniture with my mom for her new home. They were literally with us the entire day about 2 weeks before this event. The following conversation just gets creepier the older I get. I walked up to the cousin and said, "Hey, how are you?" He responds with, "Hey, girl," which is a very usual response for him, and wraps his arm around my shoulders. Again, very normal behavior for him. No red flags. We make small talk and he asks polite questions about my family that I politely answer. The whole time we are talking, he asks normal adult questions, and I bring up the furniture he moved into my house. This is where things got weird. This whole time, he is walking me around these cars with his arm around my shoulders. It's a decent-sized lot, and I realize we are heading to the far corner, about 2 car lengths until we reach darkness and a grove of woods that circles down around this park. I stop, but he keeps gently guiding me towards this grove of trees. It's weird, and I'm starting to sense some red flags. His grip has also tightened up a bit, but at the time, I'm just confused about what's happening. I put my arm around his lower back and sort of spin us around so we get a few feet back towards the center of the lot. I have surprised him a little, but when we regain our footing, he just stops moving and stands there, arms still around me. At this point, I keep saying my friends are waiting and I need to go. Yet he just keeps talking. I'm no longer letting him guide me around, and just when I'm about to kick him in the sunshine place, I hear Chris. She yells very loudly and comes running into the lot. She also makes a big show of getting her basketball coach's attention, saying we would be right over to do something. Finally, the death grip loosens and I walk away. My mind was reeling, and I was so confused, but I wanted this guy to realize I was onto him. I turned once I was at a safe distance and said that I would tell my dad. He said hello. This goofy clown of a man, straight blank, says, "Who's your father?" I'm completely flabbergasted, but tell him my dad's name. Even though it was under bad lighting, I swear the color drained from his face. He just said, "Oh," and walked away. To this day, I have no idea who this man thought I was, or why he was guiding me to the dark. We talked about both my parents and their divorce during our stroll around, so it beats me. I did tell my mom about the situation, and she just said he's a goofball and to stay away from him. I just hope some younger person can learn something. I was too terrified of making a scene, and really think, looking back on it, I was in danger. My friend Chris later told me she had watched part of what happened and got creeped out because she realized where he was leading me and that I was very clearly trying to walk away. That's why she ran over screaming and got the adults' attention. It's so weird because as a young person, you're so afraid of causing a scene over nothing, but your safety is more important than that. If a situation ever makes you uncomfortable, do everything you can to get out. I'm not sure how receptive you all will be to considering this is not a tale of horror or tension. Instead, it's a very short, yet dreadful recount of something that happened when I was just a little boy. It's a flash of memory, with no discernible beginning or end. Instead, the real terror is the implications and how it shifted my perception of what is considered safe in the world, and how it should shift yours. I'm not sure of the exact age in which this memory takes place, but I was young. Probably not even a preteen. I grew up in Washington Heights, in New York City, essentially the Upper West Side of Manhattan. I was a 90s kid, born in the mid-80s. Now I am not sure about how it is now, because I live in a different state, but back then, the neighborhood was not so great, and seeing red and blue bandanas hanging out of the back of baggy jeans was just another thing. As a result, I was sheltered, not allowed to go out much because, honestly, there wasn't anything worth going out to. So, while I was used to seeing and hearing certain things, I was thankfully shielded by my mom from ever actually experiencing any of it. Anyway, this memory is one of those times I heard something. Like I said, there is no build-up to the moment. I just remember it. Just a flash in time. The moment is me, lying in bed in the middle of the night, sheet pulled up to my chin. I was on my side, facing the window. It was a large window because it was where the fire escape was, and at the moment the blinds were up, letting in the orangey glow of the streetlights outside. I'm not sure why the blinds were up, or how much they were drawn, but I do remember that glow. I was wide-eyed and listening to a man I could not see, somewhere out in the street. We lived on the 4th floor, so my view was just of the apartment building across the way. The man had an accent, which wasn't surprising since Washington Heights was predominantly Dominican. He sounded older, maybe middle-aged approaching elderly, but it was hard to tell. It was hard to tell because he was wailing and moaning. The only word he occasionally called out was help, between his exasperated groans. He sounded in so much pain. I just listened and waited for other voices, or for any kind of commotion or response. But there wasn't any. I remember it went on for quite a while. Now, at some point, there was a response, of course, but I just don't remember. My memory ends and stops there. I knew there had to be some kind of response because the story of what happened came out. Apparently, a cab driver got into an argument with his patron when dropping him off. They both stepped out of the vehicle, and the patron stabbed the cab driver before fleeing. The cab driver then just lay there, calling for help. He lay there, and I listened to his voice echoing emptily off the surrounding brick buildings. I was transfixed by the noise. At the time, I didn't know why I was fascinated by it, but as I got older, I realized why. You see, I lived on the cross street that connected two main streets, Amsterdam and Broadway. The street was one way, so it was small and narrow, and along both sides ran 4-story apartment buildings, crammed tight next to one another, all inhabited. And it's New York City. It really does never sleep. Granted, my area didn't buzz like Times Square in the middle of the night, but people were up. My point is, there was no reason that man should have been calling out for more than 30 seconds before someone responded. Just within his 500-foot radius had to be dozens of people all inside their apartments. That, what was so fascinating, the silence that accompanied his calls. Fast forward to me sitting in psychology class my freshman year of college, and I am reading a textbook in class about the bystander effect. The concept was appalling to me as I read. If you don't know what the bystander effect is, it is essentially a phenomenon that will shatter your entire sense of safety in public places. It is an event where individuals are less likely to help a victim when others are around. A classic image, and one I saw in the textbook, is of a man sprawled out on the sidewalk of a busy street in midday with people walking around him. The book gave an example of a woman who was dragged through the streets of a suburb in broad daylight by an assailant. She was kicking and screaming, and the man assaulted her. And no one called the police. No one came outside. Everyone closed their blinds because they were afraid and thought, someone must have called 911. This concept haunted me for days because I, will again reiterate, lived in New York City where sprawled out homeless people or druggies or drunks or whoever were everywhere. How many times have I walked by an unmoving body in the train station? How many times have I seen someone being harassed in a crowded train car and everyone just looked away? Looking back now, I think the concept hit me so hard because I subconsciously linked it to that memory of the wailing man. From then on, till this very day, I always stay aware of my surroundings with that phenomenon in mind. Now you might still be wondering where the horror is. Well, I want you to imagine that you are being followed by a very creepy person. So, you duck into a busy coffee shop and feel at ease. Now imagine that person just comes over and pulls out a knife. What do you think is going to happen? Do you honestly think someone will risk their own life to wrestle down that man for his knife just to save you? Now think about what happens after he stabs you. Believe it or not, he is most likely going to just walk out of that shop with people cowering away from him. Now you are bleeding and people are finally starting to help. 15 minutes go by and you realize no one has called the ambulance because everyone assumes someone else did. Like I mentioned, I have ridden public transportation and seen examples of this a few times. People look the other way because they are afraid. I stepped in a couple of times, but I remember I was terrified each time, and I definitely let some stuff go because you honestly have to judge and assess the situation and be realistic. This is the reality, that the reassurance you feel by being in a public place is an illusion. Look at it logically. By feeling safe in public, you are essentially placing your trust in complete strangers. You are literally relying on their heroism, and that is ridiculous. Would you jump in and save or help a man being pushed around by a huge muscular guy over 6 feet tall? Doubtful. But this is what you choose to believe for yourself. Look around the next time you are outside. Those are the people that you are entrusting your life with when danger hits at that moment. And remember, the more people around, the less likely you will be helped. That's the dread that this early childhood memory instilled upon me. Knowing that most of us are wired for self-preservation. Knowing that if you are lying out in the street, bleeding out and wailing weakly for help, nearby bystanders will just close their blinds and raise the volumes of their television, and they will feel no guilt because, after all, someone will end up helping. Right? I have lived in about 7 houses my entire life, and since my parents are divorced, the amount is higher. That and my mother moves around quite a bit. About 3 years ago, we lived in the countryside, a few miles away from the nearest town, but not completely isolated. We had neighbors right behind us and then down from us. There was also a horse riding facility nearby, and a lot of fields. I didn't really like living there. The house was always dark and cold, and I never really liked how out of the way we were. I was used to living literally right next to a busy street. I always found the surrounding countryside very eerie. Our garden was huge. There was a clubhouse, a garage, and a weird storage house, along with a very large gravel driveway. That'll be relevant later. Now, I never actually experienced any sort of unusual activity inside the house. It was always outside. At night, I'd often hear the gravel crunching, as if someone was walking over it, which was creepy enough. But that's not all. I would constantly hear animal noises. A cow mooing, frequently. A strange sort of squawking, which didn't sound like any sort of animal I had heard before. You might be thinking, what's weird about hearing cows in the country? Well, there were no cows anywhere. There were vast fields, but all overgrown and not in use, so no farmers had placed any of their livestock there. The mooing was frequent, always seemed to happen during the night, while other strange noises seemed to circulate too. The clubhouse had a small window that looked straight into the window of one of the bedrooms. My bedroom at first, but I could never shake the feeling that sometimes there would be a print of a face left in the forming condensation, so I moved to another one. I would sometimes take my dog for walks in the field right next to our house, but I would never go far. The feeling I got was so sinister, I'd often end up literally running through the field back home. One day I found a saw lying in the middle. It seemed brand new, except the ridges were dirty brown. I'd like to hope it was just rusting. I had found a lot of dead animals in the field, more than was natural, I would say. There was always the sickly sweet smell of decay lingering outside. One summer evening, in the distance, I could hear laughing, faint screaming of a girl, and flickers of fire in the wooded distance. I told my mother to come out and listen, but she told me it was probably just someone having a party. I didn't believe her. I can't explain any of those events. They're all kind of random, and I am telling them to the best I can remember. But the theory I stick to is the countryside was probably the ideal place for some sort of cult gatherings. I wouldn't put it past them to have wandered throughout the gardens, mine included, and got up to some freaky stuff in the fields out in the back, hidden by the woodland. I don't really know. There were a lot of fires that burned in the far distance. A lot of strange noises. So that's really the only logical explanation I can think of. Sometimes a car would be parked on the road outside my house during the night, then gone by morning. But I can only speculate. Whatever the reasons, it's a scary prospect, and hopefully there was nothing of a sinister nature going on. So some backstory. It happened in the summer of 2016, and I was currently spending a couple nights alone at home while my parents were away on a trip. I don't live in the nicest of cities, but live in a relatively nice neighborhood since it is right next to a major university. I have been followed home a couple times, had neighbors have their homes broken into, and the like, but most of the really bad stuff happens in the downtown area of my city. So it was late at night on my second night home alone. It was around 11 p.m. I had been playing some video games with a couple buddies of mine when I decided to go downstairs and make a late night snack. Cliché setting, I know. When you walk down my stairs, you make a 180-degree turn to walk down a short hallway that opens into my kitchen/living room. When you open the door from the hallway into the kitchen, across from the kitchen table is a set of doors that open into the backyard. The two doors have giant windows that cover the whole door, kind of like a storm door, I guess. Those will become relevant later. As I go into the kitchen and start making some ice cream, I thought I heard some laughing. Now at first I thought it was just my phone, since I had happened to be listening to a scary story podcast at the time. However, as I paused my podcast and waited a second, the laugh came yet again. The sound was odd. The best way I can describe it would be like if you took the Star Wars character Yoda's laugh and made it a little creepier. It was childlike and playful, yet it was deep and sadistic. The laugh repeated again a third time, this time a little louder. I began to look around, wondering if it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I walked over to the sink, where one of the windows that looks out to my backyard was, and I just saw darkness. There didn't seem to be anything out there. But right as I was about to look away, a face appeared at my window. I immediately jumped back and gasped. The face got closer to the window. It was a man, and he had a giant, cartoonish smile on his face. He let out another one of those laughs and walked towards the 2 screen doors next to the sink. He began to jiggle the lock, all the while laughing and tapping at the window. I bolted upstairs, locking myself in my room with my phone in hand. Just as the operator picked up, I heard glass shatter downstairs, and the laugh, that terrible creepy laugh, echoed throughout the house. I trembled and stuttered as I told the operator my situation. She told me to keep calm and that an officer would be there soon. As I pulled the phone away from my ear for a second, I noticed that it was silent. I stood there, the wooden floorboards creaking as my weight shifted. Then, I heard it. That laugh. It was quiet at first. Then it got louder. I could hear the man walking up my stairs, the floorboards creaking louder with each step. It got louder and louder, and before I could realize what was happening, he was at my door. I stayed completely silent, ready for him to come in. He tried the door. The lock jiggled. He began to laugh even more as he started to pound on the door. The pounding got louder as he began to throw himself against the door. The latches started to give way. That's when I saw it. The flashing lights. The police had finally arrived. Before I knew it, they found a way in, and I just stood there frozen. The man let go of the door and just started maniacally laughing that terrible, creepy laugh. He laughed when the police got upstairs. He laughed as they took him outside. And I swear, I could hear him laugh as he was put into the back of their car. Public transportation in this city was horrible. Buses stopped running around 11 p.m., about 30 minutes before I could leave work. Every night, I had an hour walk to look forward to. The wages for a dishwasher were barely enough to cover rent, much less a car. No one from work wanted to drive into my neighborhood. All I could depend on were my blown-out sneakers to get me home. By the time I made it back, I was almost too tired to work my key in the deadbolt. One of these nights, being halfway there, I was on the stretch of steep downward hill that went on for the next couple of miles. You would think that this was the easy part, but holding yourself back from gravity gave a little twist of misery to my crap Sunday. I was a couple of blocks into it when I noticed a car pulled up onto the sidewalk on the side of the street. It was a huge LTD and was facing the opposite way of traffic. The rear end was a good 3 feet into the lane. The first thing I noticed was the windshield was halfway caved in. I assumed there was an accident, but proceeded as normal, squeezing between the front bumper and a low wall without missing a beat. The driver noticed me and asked, "Hey man, you need a ride?" I told him, "I'm going the other way, man. Thanks though," half hoping it would be a deal breaker. "Nah man, jump in. You look beat, brother. How far are you going?" I figured, what the hell, I can take care of myself. Growing up and living in the neighborhoods, I have tested that more than enough. My street sense was tingling on one hand, but on the other, I just wanted a break for once. I wasn't completely stupid though. I explained where I was going, but the location was 2 blocks from where I was actually going. After waiting for traffic to pass, I was able to get in the passenger side, brushing safety glass off the cracked vinyl seat. Being pointed uphill, the massive door almost took me off at the ankle. I tried the electric window toggle, mainly to keep an exit available, but also to air out the stink. It would only go down about 5 inches before getting jammed. The interior looked like a rat's nest. Seats were all cut up, and the fluff was sticking to me like cat hair. The amount of garbage in the back made it barely possible to see out of the rear window. The rear view mirror was gone anyway, sitting on the front seat, a casualty of whatever busted his windshield in. The guy floored it in reverse, and did a terrifying J-turn, barely missing cars, coming up the hill from a blind turn. The suspension floated and bounded as we tore down the hill at breakneck speed. He explained that he had just stolen gas from just across the state line, and that's how the windshield got busted. All I could do was mutter cool man, and was resigned to just get this ride over with. Sooner than expected, we finally hit the bottom of the hill. My drop-off was about a quarter of a mile ahead, and I started the parting process with, "Hey man, thanks. I appreciate you doing this." Planning on just saying thanks once more, offered a buck, handshake, and exit stage right. Too bad that couldn't have been the way it actually went. At my corner, he suddenly pulled a hard, fast right. The tires screeched as we drifted into oncoming traffic. "I want to find some smoke real quick," he announced. I low-key tried the door handle. It just pulled with no tension. It wasn't connected. "Yeah, cool man. You can drop me here. I don't smoke, so I'm good to go on that." He acted like I wasn't even there and continued to race down the littered side streets. He had seen someone walking and slowed down enough to ask loudly if they had any, or where he could find some. Not very smart for my neck of the woods. I knew it was pointless. Nobody was going to deal with this dude. We ended up going up another steep hill, away from my destination. I kept scanning for weapons, the best thing being the mirror. He was going so fast and the hill streets were curvy. I thought I would probably die in a wreck if I took him out. We reached the top of the hill, and he turned sharply into the parking lot of a closed Taco Bell. I could feel a shift in demeanor, and it got real. As soon as he stopped, not even in park yet, I grabbed him by the back of his head and rammed it into his sagging windshield. The second time, I put his head completely through. It didn't knock him out, though. He screamed with an animal rage as I was trying to get my arm through the window. After losing a little flesh on my elbow, I was able to squeeze enough out. I let myself out and was stuck in the window for a moment. As I pulled myself free, I saw him extract himself from the jagged hole his head created. It was a mask of murder, streaming with blood. The eyes were lit with pure insanity, his half-rotted teeth fully barred into a bestial smile. He screamed unintelligibly at me as I started sprinting down the hill. Gravity grabbed me by the balls, and soon I was unable to even slow myself down. My right sneaker finally being pushed past the limit of its tolerance, disintegrated into shards of rubber and canvas. My left shoe simply couldn't hold up to the speed and flew off shortly after. It was shortly after that I ate dirt. When I fell, I did some weird kind of cartwheel that ended with me bouncing and then skidding down this, ending up next to a parked car. It was good timing though. It seemed as though just after my fall, his car came cruising down the hill. He was going normal speed and scanning both sides of the street. I pulled myself up into a ball, sitting in front of the rear wheel in case for some reason he could see under cars. He passed me, and I waited until he was out of sight before moving. I crouched and limped my way further down, almost considering doubling back to throw him off. There weren't side streets anywhere until you reached the bottom, so it was either backwards or forwards. He passed me an additional 6 times before I hit the bottom. I wasn't bleeding much, but the road rash was incredibly painful. I had landed on my hip bone during my fall, and each step made it throb that much more. Once I did reach the bottom, I had lots of options. Being a walker, I knew every little secret way around here. I was able to reach my apartment without running into him again. In the light of my kitchen, I saw my damage. My elbows, knees, hip, and chin were ripped up. I picked little pieces of gravel and brown glass out, tried to wash it as best as I could, but sometimes you need someone to do that for you. It's hard to do it to yourself. I bit down and got it over with, finally passing out in my bed. I awoke to my sheet sticking to my back. I hadn't noticed the entire left side of my back was raw, too. Pulling it away sounded like ripping off duct tape. It stole my breath for a minute. Upon trying to get up, everything hurt, badly. It was a good excuse for a shot, even if I had to get one in my sock feet. Next was going to be burning my food money on shoes. I lived 2 doors down from the mother of all dive bars. It was crappy, but I had convinced them over time that I was old enough to drink. Plus they had a TV, which I didn't own at the time. I limped inside, with not even a second glance at my face scab and sock feet. I sat here drinking well swill with the waiting to die crowd when I glanced at the TV. I almost spat my drink out as the news bulletin showed a mugshot of the guy from last night. I asked them to turn it up and caught the story. He had murdered 3 people a few days ago, then stabbed a gas station attendant 11 times. He survived and threw a brick at the windshield somehow. He was caught after a chase that ended in him hitting a pole. After his arrest upon searching his car, they found 2 unidentified bodies in the trunk. In his back seat, they found a dozen or so pairs of underwear, none of them belonging to the suspect. Nobody at the bar believed me, even when showing them my wounds. Even when I've been broken down on the freeway, I haven't gotten into a stranger's car since. No matter how far the walk, or how nice they seem to be, it just isn't worth it. For a while, I had bad dreams about it, mainly the bloody-faced scream, staring directly into my eyes. In my dreams, he was trying to transfer it to me, infect me with whatever screaming face that was inside his head. So far, I don't think it worked, but maybe someday you'll see me on the news. Only time will tell. I was 11 years old. At the time, I was living in an apartment situated on a street with an ongoing construction. Needless to say, they often tapped into the electric supply, and the power fluctuated quite a bit. Therefore, the streetlights often served no real purpose, especially in the winters, when evening dawned on us with pitch-black darkness. That is relevant, so keep it in mind. From what I remember, it was a weekend I was supposed to spend at my friend's house. For an 11-year-old me, this was an exciting prospect, having been loaded with schoolwork the entire week. I was to spend what I believed to be Friday night, sleeping over and spend the entirety of Saturday at her bungalow, to return home that very evening. What made it even better was the fact that her parents had an event they could not avoid, and therefore trusted us to stay alone in their 2-floor house for the entirety of the 6 hours they were gone. Back then, the idea of spending a whole night alone with my friend was great. No interference, and a whole 6 hours of games and movies on their huge TV. As it turns out, my friend had other ideas. I arrived at her house just short of 8 p.m. It was already pretty dark out, and her parents had waited for me to arrive before telling us about emergency contacts, dinner, and such. They also reminded us to get their 4-year-old Labrador inside, as the weather was acting up, and his kennel had a few loose panels, which leaked when it rained. This is also an important fact to be noted. After they left, we watched a few cartoons, had dinner, and were chilling in our living room playing cards. That's when my friend Sid had the ingenious idea of exploring a fenced plot of land a few hundred meters down the street that she resided on. There was no construction happening in there, so what little of that area didn't have shambles was overgrown with plants and weeds. We got the dog inside, leashed it to its long chain, and allowed it to roam within reason. Got the keys and left the house to make the short 10-minute trip. At this point, it was about 10 p.m. In retrospect, this is where we still had a chance to avoid this particular encounter, but being the curious and daring 11-year-olds that we were, we ventured anyways. Rather uneventful, we arrived and set to climbing over the 2-meter wall. Luckily for us, the wall was broken enough in places to make good holds to carry us over. Once inside, Sid suggested that we sit a few meters away from each other for as long as we could until one of us was too scared to do so. We faced each other and walked backwards till there was just enough light to see the general silhouette of the other. After what seemed to me like a good 10 minutes, I saw Sid's hunched form rise and start to walk towards me. She seemed to be walking rather fast, and in a haphazard manner, jumping over rocks and such at a daring pace, even getting cut by some thorns in the process. She came up to me, and just as I was about to laugh and call her out on being scared, she told me to get up because she needed to go feed Shaggy. I remember being really confused because her parents had already filled his bowl with food, and he had this water thing which he could operate in case he was thirsty. But I saw her face, and let me just say, I have never seen her this pale. She looked like she had seen a ghost. So without asking questions, I said okay, and we made our way back over the wall, albeit in a tense manner, and rather quickly. The moment my feet touched the ground, I felt Sid grab my arm and straight up just started sprinting down the street. To put things into perspective, I had a bruise from the way she grasped it for 2 weeks straight. So we ran, arrived at her house, and went in through her front yard fence gate. A towering metal gate without bars, and she told me to unlock the front door while she deadbolted the metal gate's various locks into the ground and the 2 gates to each other. At this point, I was starting to panic, but we got into the house, and Sid then proceeded to run around the house, locking and closing all possible windows and doors, as well as pulling the curtains shut. I was very confused as to why she was, and so was her dog, who stood there and followed her around while she did so. After about 10 minutes, she came back into the ground floor living room, and with a very scared expression, explained to me that the reason she did all that was because while we were sitting apart, she happened to glance away from me a few meters to my right to see another human silhouette crouching in the bushes. She thought she was imagining it until it moved closer to where I was sitting and seemed to be unaware that my friend was watching them. She did not want to startle me or the person, and so she made up having to feed her dog as an excuse to get out of there without alerting the person still crouching. After hearing this, I was quite shaken, and we hugged for a few minutes, deciding not to tell our parents, as they had very much warned us not to go out of her compound. We did not want this to be the last of our time alone together, having fun, and so we peeked out of the window into the street, which seemed to be empty, as far as we could see, and proceeded to put it behind us as excitement took over our minds once again. I would have loved to say that was the end of it, but what happens next has stuck with me till date, and I hold a fear of that situation from that point onward. To give you an idea of the layout of her compound, her house was surrounded on 2 sides by a lawn, and the lawn was then surrounded by a wall some 2.5 meters high. The wall had one entrance, which were the tall metal gates I talked about previously. The house itself had windows all around the perimeter, as well as 2 potential entrances, the first being the front door, while the second being a door to this small attached space next to the house, which was made of see-through metal, like the kind which metal fences are made out of, but stronger. This space had a metal door with a lock only accessible from the inside, as well as a door which was on the wall this space was attached to inside the house. However, this door only had a deadbolt on and was made of light wood. This is also of importance. So an hour or so in, after the incident, we were upstairs in her air-conditioned room, playing games on her computer and talking about whatever it is 11-year-olds talk about, when we heard the dog bark downstairs. It was growling and seemed to bark at random intervals. Keep in mind that her dog was a friendly Labrador who rarely ever growled or barked aggressively. My friend went to get the dog upstairs to her room, and after she returned, she informed me that the dog was standing near the front door, growling at it, and that it took her quite a bit of effort to get him upstairs, as he kept trying to go back down. We were really confused, as this was unusual for him to do, and thinking that a stray dog may have caught his attention, we decided to go into the balcony attached to a room that gave us a view onto the front lawn and a part of the street directly in front of the house. Instead of seeing what we assumed would be a stray dog or cat, we looked down to see a person standing very still in her lawn and in front of her front door. In the limited light, we could make out heavy layers of muddy-looking clothing and a head full of hair that looked very matted. The dog was with us in the balcony and was whining to be let outside. We crouched in her balcony, and right as we were about to discuss what we should do, we heard what sounded like the front door rattling, as if someone was trying to open it with the handle. We creeped back downstairs only to realize that this person had now moved on to the window next to the door and was trying to open that. The realization hit that he was trying to find an entrance into the house by going around the perimeter. Just as we were about to creep back upstairs, my friend grabbed me again and in a hushed tone told me that she had forgotten to lock the attached space in her hurry before. We both looked at each other and paled as we realized that it would gain the intruder easy access into the house, as the inner door had nothing but a deadbolt. At this point, we heard the windows rattling behind the house, nearly 3/4 of the way back to the front again. The attached space door was a few meters away from the front door, and we were lucky that he had chosen to go around the other side. She told me to wait by the inner door with the dog while she went outside and bolted the metal door. She then informed me to close the door as soon as she returned, and that if she was caught, to let the dog outside and to close the inner door as discreetly as possible, as to not give myself away. We were both terrified, and since we had no time to argue about it, I stood guard at the inner door while she went to the outer door, fumbled with the lock, and returned inside practically running as quietly as she could. We closed the inner door, and just then, we heard the outer door rattle harshly. Had she not gone there and then, there was a big chance that we would have no choice but to hide in her house had he found his way in. After he tried opening all doors and windows, which took a while as he was doing it, quite intently and forcefully, we found our way back upstairs and went back into her balcony to see if he had gone away. As we looked down, we saw him once again standing in her front lawn. However, this time, we could see his head was tilted back, and it felt like he was looking right at us. However, we knew that it was far too dark for him to be able to spot us, as along with closing all the windows and such, we had proceeded to kill the lights in her room, as well as drawn the curtains, as to not let her little bedside lamp light escape the blinds. He then started giggling in the quiet of the night, and proceeded to go down on all fours, crawling around the lawn in front of the house, while his laughter grew. In retrospect, we should have called the authorities at this point, but being the terrified 11-year-olds we were, we did not want to get into trouble for not even being able to follow simple instructions. He did this for nearly half an hour, only to stand up once again, facing the street, and then climbing on top of the kennel, in the corner, up onto the top of the wall, and jumping down. We still stood in her balcony, waiting to see if he would return, but an hour or so passed, where he didn't, and that was the last we saw of him the entirety of the night, till around 2 a.m., when her parents returned. The next morning, they were very confused as to why all the doors and windows were closed on such a pleasant night, and why there was mud on the front doorknob. We said we just wanted to play in the dark inside the house, lying about the actuality of the situation, and to this day, I do not think the man has been caught, and to my knowledge, he has not been seen again. This happened back in November of 2018. I woke up early that morning at around 7:30 a.m. My wife usually works earlier shifts, and I drive her to work. We made it to her work at around 8 o'clock, and I got home at around 8:30. I normally work evening shifts at my job, so I try to get some more sleep as soon as I get home. That morning when I got home, I went back to bed in an attempt to fall back asleep. About 10 minutes rolled by when I got a knock on the door. My wife and I live next to my in-laws, so I just assumed it was one of them. I wasn't going to answer it, but the knocking continued. I got up to answer the door, thinking it would be one of my in-laws. To my surprise, it was this man I had never met before. He was skinny and was about 5'8", the same height as me. He proceeded to ask me if I came up to his house and put his girlfriend in my car. I immediately told him no. At the time this story occurred, my wife and I were just engaged. I told him I took my fiancée to work and came home. He kept insisting that I came up to his house, but I told him if I did, I would be honest and say that I did. As soon as I told him that, he then went on to talk about his boots and how nice they were, which I thought was kind of weird. That gave me the impression he was probably on something. He left my house afterward and went home. About 15 minutes later, he came back to my house and knocked on the door. When I answered, he said he just left his girlfriend's present on my porch. I played it safe and said okay, but I didn't remember seeing a present. The present he held up to me looked like a cheap makeup set you would give a 10-year-old. Definitely not something you would give your adult girlfriend. At this point, I got very suspicious. After I shut the door again, I peeked out of the living room window to see if he was still outside. He was standing right by my brother-in-law's truck, which was close to my vehicles, looking straight at my house. It felt like we made direct eye contact. That should have been when I called the police, but once again, I let it go. 3 hours went by, and I still kept replaying the scenario in my head. I had just gotten out of the shower when I heard another knock on the door. I knew it was him again, because the knock seemed more like a bang. I began to panic, trying to call my brother-in-law, who lived next door, and debating on if I should call the police. I proceeded to open the door. To no surprise, it was him. As soon as he saw me, he asked me whose car was outside my house, and I told him it was mine. At that moment, his entire persona just changed. He began getting very angry. He insisted that his friend saw his girlfriend get in my car and began talking about fighting me. I remember the words he said to me. "You come out here and we'll settle this like men instead of you staying in your house. That's what sissies do." I'll never forget his piercing stare, as if he had completely lost his mind. Being afraid because I didn't know the guy, I tried to be the bigger person and just explain to him that I didn't do it. But the way he looked at me and talked to me really started to tick me off. I didn't know what to do. I told him to hang on a minute in a more aggravated tone and began to walk outside. Within the few seconds it took me to go out on my porch, it was like a switch just flipped inside my head. I was just so angry that this guy who I didn't even know had accused me of something I didn't do and had bothered me 3 times in one day. I just blacked out and began yelling at the guy. He jumped off my porch before I even got outside, but continued to run his mouth. I told him to get off my property before I called the cops, which sent him running. I called the police right after, and my sister-in-law came to check on me. My brother-in-law came over soon after as well. 10 minutes after I called 911, the police arrived. I didn't know much about the guy other than what he looked like, but my in-laws knew the guy's name and where he lived. I slammed the door as he began to run away, so I didn't see how he left. My in-laws told the police and I that he left in a car, which they knew the type and model of. They knew vital information that helped the police track this guy down. They went into the direction the car he was in went. When they couldn't find him then, the police pulled up to his house. They approached him as he was walking toward his home, not too long after they parked. I don't know what the police said to him, but whatever they did, it worked. I stood outside my house as my grandmother-in-law pulled up and handed me a package for my wife. At the same time, the police left. The guy walked out onto the road beside his house and just stood there, staring at me. I didn't let it faze me and just continued to grab the package, going on about the rest of my day. As I left to pick up my wife from work later on, my in-laws stayed at the house to make sure everything was unharmed. The guy came back down and told my in-laws to tell me that he was sorry. My other brother-in-law, who is now deceased, approached the guy to find out why he had a problem with me. They didn't get along, but my brother-in-law put their differences aside to figure out what the problem was. Just as I suspected, he was on something. My wife and his girlfriend both have the same hair color. When I took my wife to work that morning, either he or his friend saw my wife and thought that she was his girlfriend. Though that doesn't justify what he did, I'm glad I know now why this all happened. To this day, that stands as the most terrifying experience of my life. Never in my life have I felt more scared and endangered than that day. I'm just thankful it didn't turn out worse than it did. He really had his hand on me that day. I don't have any problems with this guy anymore, but needless to say, I hope I never see him again. I work at the Walmart near where I live. At the time this story occurred, I had been working there for a little over 3 years. I was working one night at the customer service desk where I normally work. It was a usual night, understaffed, busy, exhausting. A typical shift at Walmart. I had a long line of people and I was the only one at the desk. Because it was busy, I was trying to get my line down as quickly as possible. One guy in the line looked a little bit different than the others. He was tall and appeared to be in his late 20s to early 30s. He was wearing a short pair of shorts, had a button-up shirt on that wasn't buttoned all the way, had long dreadlocks that almost touched the floor, and had a pair of sunglasses on his head. It wasn't his appearance that stood out to me. I have always made it a goal to not jump to conclusions based on what people look like. He was returning a printer. He had his receipt. The serial numbers matched. Everything was there. Nothing really out of the ordinary. What got me was the way he smiled and talked to me. He spoke as if he was intoxicated, and he gave a smile that looked like something you would see in a horror movie. A big smile with big, wide eyes. What was even creepier was as I refunded him his money, he smiled at me and stared at me as he slowly turned around and walked away. I thought it was a little weird at first, but I let it go because that was the first time I ever saw this guy. I really started to get creeped out when he began to regularly come into the store, returning more printers. He began to come back so much, we eventually gave him a nickname, Printer Guy. When I saw Printer Guy for the second time, I thought maybe he just tried another printer, and it didn't work either. I tried not to think too much about it, but as the days and weeks went on, it became a routine for Printer Guy to come into the store and return printers. He would come to the store, return a printer or two, and would go back to electronics to get more. We know he didn't steal them because he always had the receipt. He went through the self-checkouts every time. The workers saw him ring up each one and pay for them. But why would one person need so many printers? Eventually, security started watching him. The day security and management told us to not take any printers back from him was the day he made it obvious he was up to something. He returned 5 printers in one day. Now, it's none of my business, but one person does not need that many printers. The last time I returned a printer for him was that same day. He came up and asked me what was up. He was talking to me casually, just like the other times, but before I could even start the transaction, he leaned over to me and said, "And between you and me, you don't need to know what I'm doing with all these printers." That's when I became absolutely terrified. I took that as code for, "Don't be in my business." But he then told me that his dog went missing, and he was returning the printers to collect a reward for anyone who found his dog. Whether he was telling the truth about his dog or not, that's when it became clear. He was buying the printers to print out flyers, and when he used all the ink, he would bring them back to get more. The printer is usually cheaper than the ink, so it makes sense why he would buy printers that already come with ink and then return them. After I gave him the money back for the printer he was returning, he once again gave me a weird smile and stared at me. saying, "I'll see you around." At that point, I didn't even feel comfortable being around this guy. My other coworkers didn't either. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the way he acted then really made me fear for my safety. I just didn't feel like he was all there, mentally. I told security what he said to me, and that was the day management said that we could no longer take printers back from him. The last night I ever saw Printer Guy in the store, I was giving a break at the self-checkouts. At this point, most of my coworkers and supervisors were waiting for him to come back. We were told by management to call them whenever we saw him again. When he came into the store, he looked over at me and asked how I was doing. He looked at me once again with that creepy smile and stare and said, "It's good to see ya." As he went to the service desk to return 4 more printers, one of my supervisors told him that we couldn't take any more printers back because he had returned so many. He was at the desk for a couple minutes and then slowly walked out of the store. His creepy smile was gone, only to reveal a petrifying look of anger. That was the last time I ever saw Printer Guy. I don't know what became of him. I don't know if he's still buying and returning printers. I don't know if he really had a dog that went missing, and if he did, I don't know if he found him. Walmart has a way of attracting many types of people. I have seen a lot of things while I worked for the company, but he was the creepiest person I have ever come into contact with at the store. Walmart does have low prices, but that definitely comes at a higher cost. If you find yourself in a Walmart, or any public place for that matter, just be careful. You never know what type of people are lurking around the corner. I was 13, and there was a home game in early fall. The game was a blowout, which resulted in me and my cousin leaving early to make our hour-and-a-half walk back home. I lived across town, and my cousin lived next door to me. My dad didn't like me and my cousin walking home at night out of fear of something happening to us. The walk didn't bother me. It was relaxing. It was something that I've always enjoyed. He called my cell and asked me if he was picking us up from the game. I lied and told him that we caught a ride with some friends and that we were going to get something to eat and that I would be home between 11 and 11:30. He said that was fine and that he will be waiting for me and he'll leave the door open. As we made our way back to our little corner, which separated to a V, leading to our individual houses, we made our way down our driveways to our houses that were about 100 yards away. Halfway up my driveway, I felt something unfamiliar on this walk. It was an alert and nervous feeling. A feeling that someone would get when they are being watched. I quickly shrugged it off when I got into the porch light's reach. A cloud of calmness shadowed me, but soon ended when I heard the shout from my cousin coming through the thick brush and trees. He shouted my name, and with that followed the most eerie laugh that I've ever heard. Thinking he was in trouble, I called out to him to see if he was okay. Dead silence was the only response. I decided to give him a call as soon as I made it inside my house. I make it to the door to find out that it was locked. My dad's car is in the driveway, so I assumed that he was home. I knocked on the door and called his cell phone multiple times, but I didn't receive a response. I called his girlfriend's cell phone, thinking she might have picked him up, but she wasn't answering either. Frustrated, I decided to go next door to my cousin's house and wait for my dad to call. As I looked down my dark driveway, I had that nervous feeling creeping up again. I tried to keep my mind off of the feeling by thinking of random things, but that soon was interrupted by a twig snap. There was a rustling in the brush, and then a whisper that sounded like my name. Without hesitation, I take off in a sprint the rest of the way towards my cousin's house. I make it to the door and enter without knocking. This is where I'm greeted by my cousin's grandmother. Frightened and concerned, she asks me if everything was all right. I couldn't respond due to running so fast. I catch my breath and tell them what I heard. I then ask my cousin Why did he scream and laugh after we left each other? They had a confused look on their face, and his grandmother said that he didn't scream or laugh because she was smoking outside and watched him walk up the road. Confused, I called my dad's cell a couple more times and still didn't get an answer. It was then that my cousin offered to walk with me back to my place to see if we could get my dad to answer the door. I wasn't sure if he believed me and was concerned, or if he wanted to see if he would experience the same thing. We made it to the spot where I heard the noise and whispers, so we stopped to listen. All we heard were crickets. We made it back to my house and I started knocking again. I called his cell phone, but still did not get an answer. I decided to just sleep at my cousin's house that night. Exhausted, I leaned against my brick wall house, and that is where I saw it. A silhouette of someone barely visible in the moonlight perched in the tree. I was speechless and couldn't say anything. All I could do was nudge my cousin's shoulder and stare at the figure. My cousin fixed his eyes on what had me paralyzed, and the figure jumped out of the tree. My cousin shouted at me to run. We ran faster than you could believe towards his house. The whole time, we heard twigs and brush being snapped in the woods that surrounded both sides of the road. We finally make it to his yard, and the noises stop. I think I hear my name once more. I turn around, and I could see the figure perched in another tree, just staring at me. My cousin yells at me to come inside, but all I could do was stare at this person. He then grabs my arm and drags me inside, all the while looking down to the ground to prevent himself from looking at the person that had me stunned. We tell his grandmother what we had experienced. I had heard stories from other people that lived in this area, but I thought it was all lies until this night. As we grew tired, they set the couch up for me to sleep on for the night. And that night, I had the scariest dream. It bothered me so much that I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget it. It was the same situation, but I walked towards the whisper of my name. Out of the brush, an elderly woman walks out. She looked like a normal elderly at first, but then her face aged until it started to decay. She limps towards me and reaches out and grabs me by the arm. Then I'm woken up by a phone call from my dad at 8 a.m. I answered, and he is beyond pissed and worried. I tell him I'm on my way home and that I will explain when I get there. After being lectured, I got a chance to tell him what happened. I asked him if he had went to bed early that night, and he said he stayed up until 1 in the morning waiting for me. I showed him my call history. He didn't believe me and checked his cell phone. After seeing that I did attempt to call him, he had this very confused look on his face. He then called next door to see if I was telling the truth. My cousin's grandma told him everything that had happened. He told me that he was watching TV and unlocked the door before falling asleep. He also said that he didn't hear me knocking at 11:30, which is the time I made it back home. He didn't question me anymore about that night. My dad passed away a year later, and my cousin and his grandma moved some years back. I look up in the trees sometimes, wondering if I'll see the person sitting there again. I'm 26 now, and I'm still here in the same house. I never saw the person again. It happened again last night. Whimpering, I wake myself up from a nightmare. The dream fades from my memory as soon as I wake, but still leaves me feeling frightened and shaky. I look over to my husband, but he isn't in bed. Though I want nothing more than to get up and find him, I feel too weak to move out of bed. Suddenly, I'm surrounded by people on and around my bed. They are invisible, but I can feel their hands all over me, pushing me down into the mattress. I struggle as mightily as I can, but all I do is tremble. I scream harder and harder, trying to call for my husband, but all that comes is a weak squeaking. Then, I feel the hands starting to pull me off the bed, Scrunching my eyes closed and taking a deep, shuddering breath, I scream as hard as I possibly can, and wake up. This time I know I'm truly awake. Feeling relieved, but still a little scared, I whimper, and my husband slides over, still asleep, and gathers me in his arms. I sigh quietly and fall back asleep, safe and secure in his embrace. Episodes similar to this have happened to me off and on throughout the years, though none have been as frightening as what happened shortly after watching The Ring. That was about the only horror movie I can remember that gave me nightmares. My husband worked nights at the time, and I normally stayed up waiting for him. One night, though, I got too sleepy and went to bed. I'm not sure how long I'd been asleep before I woke up. I was on my back, my head facing the door, and I couldn't move a muscle. This had happened to me before, and normally didn't bother me too much. This time, though, the girl from The Ring was crouched at the end of my bed. She started slowly creeping up towards my head as soon as she saw me awake. I felt frozen in fear and couldn't even twitch a muscle while I lay there watching her creep closer and closer. My mind felt torn in two, one part telling me it was just a night terror and she wasn't really there. The larger part was screaming in terror, "Get me out of here!" Finally, the paralysis broke enough to whip my head in the opposite direction. Of course, she was gone when I looked again. I was wide awake after that and got up to wait for my husband to come home. As a child, my bedroom was in the basement. The walls and floor were made of cement, and I had one window up in the top left corner of my room, directly across from my bed. It was a bleak room. White walls, a small alarm clock radio, a few toys. I didn't keep many toys down there because it would flood during rainy seasons, and unfortunately for me, my window didn't have a curtain, so anyone who walked by my house could see in my window since we lived on the corner lot of a four-way street. It was most scary at night. We didn't exactly live in the best part of town. Most of our neighbors were bikers and junkies. Not that I think all bikers are bad guys, it's just that the ones on my street weren't the nicest people and often held loud parties all throughout the night. And when they would walk by, they would see my window and thought it was funny to mess with me. I would tell my parents about it, but they said there wasn't anything that could be done. They often partied with the bikers and found some humor in my torment, telling me to grow up and be a man. So I took it upon myself to take a couple nails and hammered a folded sheet over my window and kept an aluminum baseball bat my grandfather had gotten me close to my bed. At least then, I wouldn't have to worry. Or so I thought. On one particular night, when I was 8 years old, I was lying in bed and noticed the silhouette of someone's legs standing by my window, illuminated by the street lamp. I just rolled over and ignored it. That was until I heard a tapping on my window, and that tapping continued until I got up and moved the sheet to see a man on his hands and knees, looking directly at me, his bulging yellow eyes and broken teeth, smiling through his nasty, unkempt beard, made me feel uneasy. I said, "Go away," as firmly as I could, and his smile went away. I let down the sheet and went back to my bed. A couple seconds later, the tapping began again. This time faster and sort of more thin-sounding, more like a ticking. Frustrated, I got up and lifted the sheet to see the man tapping the window with a knife and a big smile once again. Over the years of this happening, I knew crying to my parents was out of the question, as they never did anything. Scared and a little stupid, I flipped the guy off and shut the sheet again. The stupid part of me believed he wouldn't actually do it because no one ever had before. They would just laugh and walk away, so it made me sort of calloused to the whole thing. That was the biggest mistake I had ever made. Before I had gotten to my bed, the man broke the glass in my window and climbed in. The window was at least 5 feet off the ground, so he fell to the floor. For a brief moment, I couldn't believe what was happening. Then, something clicked, and I was ready. I had sort of always hoped this would happen, so I took my aluminum bat and began beating the man as hard as a chubby 8-year-old could, screaming furiously. The man curled up on the floor and cried out with every hit, occasionally trying to stop my attack by putting his hand out, attempting to grab the bat. At one point, his hand caught the bat, so I yanked it back and continued my barrage of battle axe chops. And before I knew it, my father had come bursting in the door in his underpants, ready to scream my face off, but was stopped dead in his tracks by what he had seen. My father was no small man. He was a 6-foot, 240-pound construction worker. He grabbed me, pushed me out the door, and began stomping on the man and yelling for my mother to call the police. The man begged my father to stop. I told my dad not to listen since I knew that he had a knife. Anytime the man tried to move, my dad would kick him again, and eventually he had given up and stayed on the floor. The police arrived shortly after. It seems that the man dropped the knife when he fell down after getting in my window. They took the man and put him in the car. While he was in the car, he didn't take his eyes off of me, so I flipped him off again, and he flew into a rage in the car, screaming that he would be back. As proud as I was, it wasn't until after the police had left that I received a scolding from my crying father. Aware of his hypocrisy, he promised to bar the window first thing in the morning. My sisters and mother all in tears. The bikers were nice to me after that. To this day, I still have no nightmares of that man staring at me from my window. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I will always be a little afraid that he will come back. I live down at the Outer Banks in North Carolina. The Outer Banks is a beautiful place, a tiny peninsula on the East Coast. We moved down here when I was 5 because my family wanted to move to a safer, friendlier place. For the 18 years I have been alive, I have never experienced something more gut-wrenching and terrifying than I did last night. I'm a big fan of being scared, and I love listening to his scary stories. However, I never thought anything I would experience would ever come close to something like you hear in one of his videos. I work at a small restaurant on the side of the road near the beach. Our hours are from 11 to 7, and my friends and I were the ones closing up shop for the night. I said goodbye to my coworkers and left, heading back home so I could hop onto Warzone and eat some leftovers. When I got home, I said hello to my parents and went up to my room. Time passed, and I spent at least 3 hours on my Xbox, playing with my friends, just having a good simple time. Around midnight, things started to settle down, and I was about to go to bed when I remembered I needed to buy a new controller because my other one broke when my friend dropped it a couple weeks prior. So I went onto Amazon to buy a new one, but when I went to pay, I realized I didn't have my wallet on me, so I couldn't use my card. I looked all around and eventually came to the conclusion that I had left it back at the restaurant in the staff hangout area. I told my parents and they said it was okay for me to go back and get it. So I left and drove all the way back. I didn't really mind though, as I love driving down this place. It was super peaceful, even at night. When I got to the restaurant, I noticed that the sliding window in the front of the building was wide open. I honestly didn't think much of it. I truly thought that one of us had just left it open by accident. The thought of someone breaking in never crossed my mind. Especially down here, a place that's relatively safe. I used my key to unlock the back door, and I stepped inside. It was a rather small building, and the staff hangout area was just down the hall. I shut the door behind me, but when I turned around, I swear, I saw something duck around the corner at the far end of the hallway. The lights weren't on yet, so the moonlight from the front windows were the only thing illuminating the building. Again, I didn't think much of it. The front window was open, so perhaps a raccoon or bird or something found its way inside. I flipped on the lights and continued about my business, trying to find my wallet. The buzz of the lights above me were the only thing I could hear other than my movement. I walked down the hall and into the staff hangout area, and sure enough, that's where my wallet was. I went to go grab it, but that's when I heard something fall over behind me. I turned and instantly got goosebumps up my arms and neck. I knew exactly what fell over, too. It was the tip jar. The sound of shattered glass and coins rattling across the floor broke the silence. I stood there for a moment and cursed. I knew if I didn't clean it up, the boss would come in the next morning and chew us out. So I put my wallet in my back pocket and grabbed the broom. I stepped out of the staff hangout area and into the front area of the restaurant. I don't know what you call it, the register station or whatever. I looked down at the ground and started to sweep up the coins and glass into the dustpan. I was going to sort the coins out separately afterwards, but now I just wanted to clean up the mess and get out of here. It took me about 15 minutes to pick up everything off the floor, and when I did, I had had enough. I was tired, and I just wanted to go home. I didn't really feel like sorting the coins out of the glass anymore. I figured I would just take the blame for it tomorrow. I went to the staff area to put everything back, when I noticed that the door was shut. It was weird seeing the staff area door shut, because it's always open. It honestly freaked me out. I didn't remember shutting it. I stood there with a dustpan full of glass and coins in my left hand and a broom in my right. I rearranged the items so I had a free hand to open the door when I heard a noise. It was a shuffling sound from the staff area. The goosebumps suddenly came back, and I almost said something out loud. I bent down to the ground and placed everything I had in my hands on the floor, but as I stood back up, the doorknob began to shake, and I looked up at it terrified. I quickly skipped over to the register station area and ducked behind one of the huge shelves containing a bunch of pickle jars and other food items. I heard the staff room door open, and as it opened, I shoved my dustpan full of glass and coins to the side, spilling them all over the ground again. Now I was terrified. Someone was definitely in here with me. I was not alone. A raccoon couldn't have opened the door. My heart began to beat fast, and I didn't want to take out my phone and call the cops because the screen light could have alerted the person. The shuffling came closer, and I saw someone slowly slouch himself into my vision. It was a man, probably 5 feet tall at most. Pretty short, considering that I'm 6'3". He stepped on the shattered glass and turned and looked directly where I was hiding, as if he knew I was there. He was bald and super skinny. He looked at me and his jaw dropped unbelievably far down, as if the thing was broken. His eyes were deep in their sockets, and drool spilled from his mouth. I screamed and ran to the front window. I yanked it open and crawled out of it, knocking over the cash register. I fell down to the ground and sprinted to my car. I didn't think about anything but getting out of there. I drove all the way back home, almost crying. I didn't tell my parents because they obviously wouldn't believe me, and I didn't call the cops either. It just didn't seem like the right kind of believable situation. I told my boss that I had accidentally fallen into the cash register, knocking it and the tip jar over. He scolded me, but was surprisingly not that upset. This incident happened this Tuesday, and I will never forget. I have no idea who that man was, or why he was there. This happened to me in 2011, between 7th and 8th grade. It was a warm 4th of July evening, and I was at my friend Andrew's house for an Independence Day party he was hosting. I was certainly not the only person there, as a lot of friends from school were invited. Andrew's parents own a large house on the bluffs of a river with a huge property. The backyard led into a forest embankment, sloping downwards towards the river. We were all having fun. We went from playing video games to going to the nearby park and playing outside there, to returning to his house to play in his yard and eat dinner. After that, we stayed close to his house as the fireworks would begin in a few hours. The fireworks were going to be launched from a park across the river, giving us a perfect view. Since the house was fixed on a bluff, the forest leading down to the river wouldn't obstruct the view. The fireworks began at 10 o'clock and lasted for a good half hour. It was after that, and we unanimously agreed to play a game of manhunt or flashlight hide-and-seek. His backyard and forest setting made it perfect for playing the game. I was one of the hiders and decided to run into the forest since it was not off-limits to the game. However, we established a boundary that we couldn't go beyond the river trail, which was about halfway between the top of the bluff and the river. I dodged the trees and hedges, making my way deeper into the forest. I eventually found a large log I could easily duck behind, and that's exactly what I proceeded to do. I nestled myself in between the log and a tree. A long time passed. I was contemplating returning to our pre-established rendezvous area, the tree in Andrew's front yard. That's when I saw someone approaching from the trail, moving diagonally towards me. I figured it was a seeker for obvious reasons, so I ducked down even further while still keeping an eye on the person. He was definitely taller, around 5'10". I wasn't fazed though, as this could have been one of two people, Andrew's older brother or my friend Carson, both of whom were seekers. He continued approaching, and on his current course, he would pass about 20 feet to the right of me. The sounds of his footsteps were clear, leaves crunching and sticks snapping under his feet. Something that struck me as odd was that he wasn't using a flashlight, which is something seekers were allowed to do. He continued approaching and passed me about where I was expecting. When he was about to pass me, the neighbors let off a firework which temporarily illuminated him. He had on a black sweatshirt and blue jeans, which is another odd thing. Neither Andrew's brother nor Carson was wearing that attire, or at least I can't remember them wearing those clothes. During the brief time the fireworks illuminated the man, I could just barely make out the silhouette of an object that was protruding out of what appeared to be a backpack. It was a skinny and long object with a hexagonal metal handle. I didn't see it long enough to decipher what exactly it was. Once he passed and continued through the forest, I decided to give myself up and run back uphill to the rendezvous point. Everyone who was playing the game was gathered there, including who I suspected the seeker to be. I scratched my head. How could someone get back there so fast? I watched the man vanish into the trees, well beyond Andrew's yard. I proceeded to ask Andrew's brother and Carson if they went down by me. Carson said he was down near a break in the trail, but that was as far as he went. I knew where that break in the trail was, and I was hiding nowhere near there. Andrew's brother hadn't been in the forest. I began to feel uneasy. Why was a random person walking in a forest at 11 o'clock at night? He was so far off the trail, too. Eventually, I was able to brush the feeling off, and the sleepover I was having at Andrew's house with a few other friends took my mind off the incident. We were watching movies until around 3 in the morning. The next morning when we awoke, we turned on the TV to watch something. I can't remember. Despite the fact that Andrew had cable, his TV always defaulted to opening on a local news channel that I won't disclose. No matter what channel you left it on, the breaking news headline caught our attention. Body found near river bottom. It originally said the city and river name, but I also don't want to disclose that. The reporter was interviewing a man who was pointing behind him. We immediately recognized the location, and my heart dropped in my chest. It was on the trail near Andrew's house. The body was buried slightly off the trail, with their legs being only partially buried, which is what led to the man's dog discovering it earlier in the morning. I believe the person that walked by me in the woods last night buried the body. I still think about what might have happened had the man discovered me. I don't know why my sense of danger didn't kick in. Perhaps I was too naive at the tender age of 12 to recognize danger. Or maybe it was the night concealing the man's details, which didn't cause alarms to start going off. Certainly the scariest moment of my life, and I now have a fear of being alone at night, as well as going into forests in the dark. For this story, I'm going to call myself Anna, and my boyfriend's name is Adam. One night I was in bed with my boyfriend. It was about 1:30 a.m. I get a text from a random number saying, "Is this Anna? Sorry for messaging late and out of the blue like this, but I don't think Adam is being honest with me, and I need to talk to you." We exchange a few texts, and basically, they're accusing my boyfriend of cheating on both of us. Obviously, I was annoyed, but bear in mind it was June 2020, right in the middle of lockdown in the UK. We had spent every day together since March. He denied it all and insisted he didn't know who this person was. The same number started texting him, angry texts, calling him a lying rat, etc. Not looking good for my boyfriend. But this is where it gets weird. This person gives no specifics. They won't tell me their name, what my boyfriend has done, only that he was a liar and that I was an idiot for believing him. I would ask, but they would just reply with vague, angry texts. Their grammar and spelling was good, but they would use slang words from our local area. We assumed maybe it was some kids who found our numbers off of Facebook and were having a laugh, so we tried ignoring it. Then nothing, until my boyfriend gets a text the following after asking him to meet them at a local social club for some company. Me and a friend got straight in the car and went down there. No one was there, and the club was closed, but we couldn't help feeling like we were being watched. It was really weird. A few days go by, and the same number starts texting me again. This time, the text language is all weird, with spelling mistakes. It felt like it was a different person texting me. They seem a lot angrier with me now, because I didn't believe them straight away. Then, they text me, "You're so dull. I see him leaving your house earlier. LMAO." I said something like, "That's funny. Where's my house then?" And they replied with my street name. They also knew things about us, like the fact he was in the army. Then they hung up. I tried calling them back several times, but it would ring twice and then cut off. I tried searching the number on WhatsApp and on a few social media sites. Nothing. Only on Instagram, the number would come up with a location of a film company in the Netherlands. When I would Google the number, its provider was Tisme. I've never heard of it, but looks like it might be just a fake number. They have never asked for any money or anything like that either. I don't get why someone would go through that much effort just to wind us up. The last text I got from them was, "You'll find out who this is eventually. LMAO." Creepy. I am 25 years old, and even though these events happened 11 years ago, I still remember them clearly, like it was yesterday. This is by far the creepiest thing I've ever experienced. When I was 14, my family and I moved out of town into a house situated right in the middle of a cane field. There was a dirt road that led from the main road to the front of our house, and the sides and back were surrounded by cane. I was what my parents called a fitness freak, because exercise was my thing. So I took my dog, whose name was Jet, and went jogging early mornings and late afternoons every single day. Because we had just moved to this house, and it being surrounded by cane and all, I had to find a new track to continue my routine. Our house was 2 stories, and my bedroom window faced the front of our house, so I could see the main road. After finally moving in my stuff and setting up my bedroom at the new house, I noticed from looking out my window that there was a dirt road on the other side of the main road. Perfect, I thought. It was about 5:30 p.m., around the usual time I would go for my jog, so I decided I would go and check it out. The road was long and narrow, fitting no more than 1 car, as there were rows of cane on either side that stood tall, well above my head. I had been jogging for about 15 minutes, and looking back, I could no longer see the main road, as this track was straight, but then slightly curved, leading me, coming up towards another house. I could only see the roof of this house in the distance, as the cane was very high. As I got closer, I noticed a little boy in a red shirt sitting on top of the roof. He looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. I remember thinking, how on earth did he climb up there? Does his parents know he's up there? Because for only the roof to be visible over the cane, it was obviously a 2-story home. I stopped jogging and called my dog back, who was running a couple meters ahead of me, and turned around to go back home. I wasn't interested in going all the way up to the house, just in case I'd be trespassing private property, or if they also had dogs, as mine didn't get along with other pets. When I got home, my dad was sitting on the couch watching TV. I asked him if he knew the family who lived up the opposite dirt road. No one lives up there, he told me. Well, there must be people who live there. I just saw a little boy sitting on the roof. My dad looked at me and lowered his eyebrows as if he didn't believe me. No, Tori, no one lives there. It used to be an old workhouse that farmers used to store their tractors and equipment. I was so confused, questioning whether I had just imagined a little boy sitting up there. My 12-year-old sister walked out of the bedroom drying her hair with a towel. Gemma, come jogging with me this morning. Why? Because I need to see if I'm just imagining something. Okay. First thing in the morning, I dragged Gemma along to come jogging. We left the dog at home this time. So, what are you imagining? Yesterday I went jogging on this road, and down the end was a house with a little boy sitting on the roof. So Dad is saying that no one lives there, and it's bothering me. We got close enough where the roof was finally visible, and there was no little boy in sight. Let's go all the way to the house then, Gemma said, and hesitantly, I followed. When we got there, it became pretty clear that there couldn't possibly be anybody living in there. To try and describe it the best I can, it was a large 2-story old house covered in black streaks, as if it had been burnt once before, and had large square gaps on the front that clearly used to be windows. The stairs to get inside were at the back of the house, and behind that was a small, murky-colored lake. It seemed definitely abandoned, and like it hadn't been used in many years. My dad was right about it once being a storage place for farmers. Around the yard were old tires, tractors, and cars. In all honesty, the whole place was straight up creepy. This is going to sound weird, but do you have a bad feeling of some kind? Gemma looked at me for a moment before agreeing. Tori, is that the little boy? She said. Her voice was so shaky. Before I got a chance to ask where, Gemma was pointing towards a small room downstairs with a smashed hole in the window. Through the window was a little boy, just sitting there. We both stared in shock for at least another second before bolting back down the road. We got home and busted through the door, telling Mom and Dad what we saw. My dad laughed. I told you girls no one lives there. I was getting frustrated. Dad, seriously, Gemma saw him too. They both just brushed it off and didn't think much of it. Being dumb teenagers and all, Gemma and I decided to go back to the house that afternoon and take the dog. When we got back there, we checked where we had saw the boy this morning. but he was gone. Jet was going crazy. We unclipped his leash from his collar, and he took off running behind the house and up the stairs. We called out to him, but he wasn't coming back. Great, now we have to go get him. We walked around the back and started walking upstairs slowly. They were old, rickety, and creaking with every step. Gemma got up the stairs before me because, admittedly, I was more scared. I was only half before Gemma called out, "Oh my God, what is it?" "Tori, you have to see this." I walked straight in as the front door was missing, and I had chills. On the dusty old floorboards were kids' crayon scribbles and small little blue shoes. If only Dad could see this. I immediately wanted to leave, but Gemma was still calling out to Jet, and he hadn't come back yet. We walked through the kitchen into an open room of the house and found Jet sitting there, staring at a large cardboard box, at least a meter tall. We looked inside, and it was full to the top of blank videotapes. Every part of me was screaming to get out. Gemma looked at me and slowly reached in to grab a tape, when we heard quick and heavy footsteps coming from the front of the house, exactly as if someone were running towards us. We both panicked and got out of there as quickly as we could. It was late in the afternoon, and was getting dark. It started pouring down rain as we were running away, and as we got further down the road, we looked back, seeing a shape of a large man standing in the gap of the window, watching us. When we got home, we were sweaty and so far out of breath trying to explain to Mom and Dad what we had just witnessed. "Videotapes? That's odd. Did you bring one back?" Dad was curious now. My mom wasn't so interested. I don't think she believed us. We explained that when Gemma attempted to pick up a tape, we heard what sounded like someone running towards us. Even though it was now dark outside, my dad suggested he will go for a drive to the house and have a look. For some reason, even though Gemma and I were absolutely terrified out of our minds, we still decided to go with him. We drove slow up the dirt road. It was so dark and eerie, all we could see was the gravel of the road directly in front of the car, where the headlights shone. We pulled up at the house thinking it was scary enough during the day. It was like being in a horror movie during the night. We sat in the car with the headlights shining directly onto the old creepy house and darkness surrounding everywhere else. My dad, Gemma, and I almost jumped out of our skin. I swear for a second, my heart actually stopped beating. It was the sound of a shot. It sounded like it was shot no more than a couple meters from our car. Dad immediately put the car into reverse and spun it around, about to drive off, when he just stopped. My heart was about to beat out of my chest, and I yelled, "Dad, what are you doing?" Gemma was almost crying in the front seat. I looked at both of them, and they were doing nothing but staring directly in front of the car. So, one thing I noticed on the way there was since it was raining a bit earlier, there were no tracks or anything marked on the road, so our tire tracks were the only ones. Then I saw it. Sitting perfectly upright on top of our tire tracks was a knife. It's safe to say that we never came back to this house, as it's quite obvious we were not wanted there. I began jogging on a track from the back of our house, and have had a much better experience. Still, to this day, many questions remain in my head. I wonder, what was on those tapes, and why was there an entire box full of them? Who did they belong to? And why were they so protected? I was about 13 when my family went on our annual trip to Poland to visit family. My mother and father both came from a small rural village about 2 to 3 hours away from Warsaw. It's an idyllic little place that is surrounded by lush forest and wheat fields. Life is different there. Everyone is very carefree and relaxed. Being the small place it is, everyone knows one another, since everyone essentially lives on the same street. I had made a bit of a reputation for myself there, being known as the American girl, who visits in the summers, so whenever we would arrive, the whole village would know. I loved all the attention. All the kids wanted to play, and adults doted on me. One of the townspeople I saw most frequently was Tomek. Tomek was a funny guy in his late 20s who would work in the village deli store. He would always give me extra meat anytime my grandparents would send me out to pick food up or offer to show me inside the kitchen. I never took him up on that offer. The idea of seeing how my meat was made was too much for my 13-year-old mind. Though I didn't know it at the time, Tomek had the reputation of being the town lunatic. He wasn't a stranger to the police force, nor the villagers, as he was a bit of a petty thief. My grandparents told me when I got older that my grandfather had not once but twice caught him trying the doors of his shed and then excusing himself when caught as drunk and unsure where he was. Despite this, I had never had a reason to fear or avoid him. The village had a tradition called Gra Adwagi, which translates to the game of courage, that would fall in between the dates of our visits. On this day, the village children would be set into teams and then given items to find that were hidden around the woods and or the village parameters. The event lasted all day, and the group that had the most found items would win a prize. The courage part of the game would be trying to attain the golden item, which would be in the woods and guarded by a few adults armed with water sprayers or water guns. The only way to get the golden item was to avoid being sprayed with water. If all members of a team were hit, then the team would lose the chance to attain it. My team consisted of my 4 friends, Ava, Arik, Bartek, and Powell. Our strategy was to get as many of the items around town, and then try our luck at the golden object when it got darker, in order to be harder to spot. We got a lot of the items throughout the day, and worked up a good sweat after racing against the other children. Around 7 p.m., we had attained 12 items, and were ready to try our luck at the golden item. We had heard from the other children that the adults were being relentless, guarding the object with ferocity. The wooded area that was the destination as the golden item area was behind Arik's house. Therefore, he took the lead in devising the plan. Our plan was that we were going to split up into 2 teams. Arik, Ava, and Bartek were meant to grab the adults' attention and drive them away as far as possible, while Powell and I would sneak in and grab the item. Feeling confident, we headed into the forest as the sun was slipping from the sky. We followed the dirt path for about 5 minutes and then stepped off it, following Arik as he navigated through the shrubbery with ease. He stopped us just as we reached a thick clump of bushes. Putting a finger to his lips, he motioned for us to look through the gaps in the shrubbery and see the adults. It was dark now, so it was hard to see who was actually guarding the items, but we could make out 4 shapes huddled together, chatting softly. Without hesitation, we moved into our plan of action. Our 3 friends navigated around and disappeared from our sight, only for us to hear their laughs and voices of adults yelling to get them. Powell and I watched as the adults raced after our friends, all abandoning the area they had stood around. I remember glancing around and getting ready to jump out of the bushes when I felt Powell's arm on my shoulder and heard him making a shushing sound. "They might not all be gone. Wait a bit," he urged. We sat quietly, listening intently for any sounds. Then, it happened. The slightest sound of something moving on the other side of the clearing. We couldn't make out who or what it was, so we stayed quiet, peering through the gaps of the shrubbery. Powell saw it first. He pointed out what looked like a dark figure crouching behind a tree, closest to the clearing. We watched as the figure moved tree to tree, never stepping out from behind, just simply observing. Just as I was about to suggest that one of us should cause a distraction, we hear a yelp and turn to see another team approaching, clearly happy that there seemed to be no one around where the golden item should be. We watched as this small group of 2 raced around the clearing, but didn't pick anything up. I kept waiting for the adult to step out and spray the kids, but the figure remained crouched, half visible behind the trees. One of the girls approached the area the adult was, but she was busy looking up at a tree, motioning to her partner that maybe the object was put on a branch. We watched as she began pulling herself up the lowest branch, and I remember the way my stomach dropped when all of a sudden we saw the adult shoot out behind the tree, grab her leg, and start pulling her into the darkness of the forest. Her partner ran off screaming, leaving me and Powell unsure what to do. We watched frozen with horror as the adult began covering the girl's mouth in some attempt to silence her. Before either one of us could do anything, all of a sudden Tomek came running up the path and threw himself onto the man. Powell shot up to help Tomek, while I ran back to call for help. When I reached the backyard, that was the destination spot for the end of the game, I was screaming uncontrollably in a mix of words that took me a few attempts to get out that help was needed. A large group of the men raced towards the forest, while I hid in my mother's arms, awaiting to see everyone arrive back safely. My friends, Arik, Ava, and Bartek, approached me cautiously and asked what had happened and why Powell and I hadn't come back. It had turned out that after Ava, Bartek, and Arik had distracted the adults and drove them away, the adults had decided to end the time to get the gold item. They had assumed that everyone had a chance to try to get it and didn't want the kids wandering the forest after dark. One of the adults had already pocketed the item when they chased our group back towards the main backyard. My team had assumed that we would see that there was nothing there and returned as well, which is why they didn't come looking for us. As I retold what happened, everyone in the backyard listened to me with wide eyes. About 10 minutes passed, and we saw the group of men coming back. Powell walking aside his father and the girl who had been attacked in the arms of her assumed father. As they all approached, I asked Powell what had happened. As the parents gathered and talked in hushed voices, Powell described to us how Tomek had beat the guy bloody, but let him escape when he turned away, surprised by the men that had arrived to help. He mentioned that a few men were still out scouting the forest land for the guy. I then asked the remainder of my friends why help was not sent earlier by the girl's partner that had run away screaming. Everyone had looked at me with blank faces, and the sudden realization hit me hard. The next events became a blur. It's a mix of me racing to my parents with my friends and asking about the girl, a frenzy of people calling out her name and begging her to come out, a whirlwind of everyone rushing to get their kids inside, and mayhem of adults swarming together to go search the woods again and call the police. It's been 8 years now, and she was never found. Tomek was one of the main suspects, believed to be part of the 2-man kidnapping operation, but backed out when he saw that too much attention was brought to the event. I'm not sure whatever happened to him, but I can't help but feel guilty that I didn't do anything to help either of those girls. I saw the girl run away. Powell and I were the last to see her. Sometimes when I see a child with braided hair, I get thrown back to that night, and I can still see her braids swirling around her as her figure disappeared from sight. Her name was Dorota, and I hope wherever she is, she's alive.